Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball is on the air. Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. West Bend, the Silver Lining. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by U.S. Cellular. Take the phones down for 5 challenge. Visit UScellular.com/finds to learn more. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
The basketball madness of March has arrived at the United Center in Chicago. It actually got here early last night. And if Ohio State and Minnesota's upset victories are an indication of what's to come, the mayhem is just beginning. Good afternoon, everybody. We're in our kind of town, Chicago, the city of big shoulders, also known for its hard-working citizens. This city of multi-millions is hosting the Big Ten basketball tournament at the United Center, the home of the Chicago Bulls. 14 teams will knock each other around here over the next few days. And the biggest citizen or player is 7'4" Zach Edey, 305 pounds. He and the top-seeded Purdue Boilermakers are the #1 seed and favored to win it all. But, of course, Bobby Hansen and I have done, 26 of these now, and we've seen quite a few upsets along the way. The 5th-seeded Iowa Hawkeyes take on the 13th seed Ohio State Buckeyes. An upset winner last night, 65-57 over 12-seed Wisconsin. This is Gary Dolphin alongside the former Hawkeye star and Chicago Bull world champion Bobby Hansen. Robert, these two teams split a pair of regular season games. The Buckeyes beat the Hawkeyes in Columbus 93-77 back on January 21st. The freshman sensation Bryce Sensabaugh went off for 27 points. Then the Hawkeyes returned the favor February 16th at Carver, 92-75. Tony Perkins sank 24. Chris Murray added 20. Now the rubber match in a neutral setting. How about the third time around?
It is, and good to see you here, Gary. You're in Chicago, Illinois, where they're waiting on a snowstorm to come their way this afternoon. But right now, you got a Big Ten storm coming into town here with this game we're watching, Rutgers, Michigan. But yeah, it's with this team, as I saw Paul Keels and Ronnie Stokes in the cafeteria there. Hey, it is the rubber match. You guys got us over in Columbus pretty good. Couldn't guard Bryce Sensabaugh. Kid they got off the bench, Isaac Likely, really had a big game for them. So you're going to have to guard that on-ball screen. You're going to have to guard dribble penetration here this afternoon. And the Hawks played much better in the game at Iowa City there. As you said, Tony Perkins, Chris Murray had big games. So Ohio State, a desperate team, really trying to keep their season alive, because when they lose, they're going to be done, really not going anywhere, NCAA or NIT tournament. But that's a dangerous team. You got to get after them early. Quick turnaround for them. The big victory over Wisconsin, they held on and to knock off the Badgers and send them on their way. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Got a great crowd here in Chicago. A lot of energy in the building.
We got a couple of talented freshmen in Sensabaugh and Bruce Thornton, the Florida and Georgia high school players of the year about 365 days ago. And then they got a couple of really talented transfers. Sam McNeil out of West Virginia, most notably. He can fire it in from long range. The big difference, Bob, between these two rosters is Ohio State is without their veteran post player, Zed Key. He got hurt in the Iowa game or re-injured a shoulder, and he had surgery a couple weeks back. He's done for the year. But they bring in this 6'11", gifted freshman, Felix Akpara, who's been swatting shots right and left. He had several blocks last night at key moments against the Badgers.
Against some talented Badger inside guys as well. But Akpara, as you mentioned, Gary, very talented, 6'11", long arm, shot blocker. He'll go for the head fake. So he's going to have his hands full this afternoon with Philip Obracha in there. I look for Akpara probably to get in some foul trouble early. The Hawks will try to test him to see what they can do. The other thing with Ohio State, they don't handle pressure very well, so you know know they're going to see that Hawkeye three-quarter court 1-2-2 pressure, and they flipped it over, 16 times and still won the game last night.
Wisconsin was down 27 in the first half and then slapped the full court pressure on the Buckeyes in the second half, forced 16 turnovers and got to within 2 possessions. I think 4 points, within 4 points before the Buckeyes made enough free throws to hold on. Bobby mentioned the Rutgers-Michigan game on right now. That contest has just under 10 minutes to go, 9:57 to play in the game. It's been back and forth, been a tight game. Rutgers fell behind by 6 or 7 early, then came back, had a 5-point lead. Right now it is 43-39 Scarlet Knights. Coach Peichel and Jawan Howard getting after it today. The Rutgers Knights have a 4-point lead. Michigan has the basketball, and we play on here. Chris Murray, a couple days ago, was named to the first team All-Big Ten unit. The Hawkeye landed on the Sporting News All-America third team yesterday. Of course, many more honors to come for Chris. He's a semifinalist for the Wooden and Oscar Robertson National Player of the Year, Karl Malone Power Forward Award. And why not? You look at his numbers, 20.5 points per game on average, 8 rebounds, a couple of assists. The 6'8", 220-pound junior, like twin brother Keegan, is humbled by the acclamations.
Everything I worked for in the offseason just kind of led to it, I guess. It's a great award, too, and it's great to be honored by it. And everyone else on our team we got a lot of recognition, postseason recognition, so it's definitely special. Definitely just shows that a lot of people contributed to the wins this season, the big wins we've had. So it's a great honor to get the award. I think everyone else is happy too.
Have you heard from Keegan? He too is now a former winner, and now we got the Murray twins on the same pedestal.
Yeah, he's not one for congratulations, so we've talked since then, but not about that at all. But I know he's probably happy for me, and it's cool to be the first set of twins to kind of get that, so it's definitely special.
And you want to put those skills to use this weekend in Chicago, correct?
Yeah, that's the plan. Just play loose, just have fun while we're in Chicago. That's the biggest thing. That's how we're going to win this tournament. That's how we won the tournament last year. So we just got to play loose, have fun, just chips fall as they may.
What have the last few days been like coming off a tough loss to Nebraska on Sunday?
Yeah, just being able to handle adversity, I think that's the biggest thing. We've been a team that's been able to bounce back this year after tough losses. Case in point, Nebraska. We just had to make sure that everyone was positive attitudes the rest of the week, because you know that we still got a lot to play for, and with Big Ten tournament and NCAA tournament next week.
You've been down this road before, 4 in 4 days.
Yeah, obviously we'd have liked to have the extra day off, but 4 in 4 days, we've done it before. We know what it takes to kind of manage this situation.
What a classic line. Keegan's not much into congratulations, but he did call me and say, hey, way to go, brother. I mean, those are two guys, and they are the persona. They are one and the same, even though they're close as twins. But they never, they're certainly cooking with emotion, interiorly speaking, but outwardly, same look all the time. Keegan with Sacramento now having a great rookie year, or Chris having an All-American type year with the Hawkeyes.
Well, Chris, the older brother of the set of twins, if you will, by a few minutes in there, and has added his name to the record books here in the Big Ten. So I'll congratulate him. Congratulations on first team All-Big Ten. That's outstanding.
Special.
In addition, Philip Obracha, the third team, Tony Perkins, and Connor McCaffrey, as honorable mention, Patrick McCaffrey on the Sportsmanship Award, and then Peyton Sanford, sixth man of the year. So what Chris said right there is so true. This was a team effort all season long. They lose, they bounce back, get off the mat, and come and have a better game the next one. So he's right. You would have had to like to have that extra day of rest had you knocked off Nebraska. But you know what? Here we are. Time to get after it. And they are the defending champions. And when you come into these tournament-type settings, Gary, again, he said it. It's about the attitude. You got to have a positive attitude. You got to come in here with blinders on and just pay attention, focus on the scouting report, and the next game at hand.
And the next game at hand is coming up in less than an hour. After we conclude our EMC Insurance pregame coverage, you've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your agent at emcins.com. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus. They've gone to the under 8 minutes to play timeout here at the United Center. Rutgers has a 45-39 lead on the Michigan Wolverines, with the Buckeyes and the Hawkeyes to come next. In just a minute, we'll take a trip down memory lane with a Hawkeye historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brands' range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Y'all feeling lucky? Luke Combs here, and I have an exclusive opportunity for you to win $500,000 by joining me in the Living Lucky with Luke Combs lottery experience. When it rains, it pours for lucky fans and lottery players who enter to win a chance of a lifetime. Join me in Nashville for a private concert at the iconic Ryman Auditorium in 2024. One lucky winner will have the chance to walk away with $500,000 at the end of the show.
Find Luke Combs scratch tickets at any retailer today. Details at ialottery.com. Woohoo!
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeye basketball at the Big Ten Tournament in Chicago. Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. We're right across the street from where the old Chicago Stadium was, built in 1927. The Bulls' previous home before the United Center, now approaching its 30th birthday, was built and opened in 1994. And who can forget Game 6? I'm going back across the street now to the old Chicago Stadium. Game 6 in 1992. Bobby Hansen hit that corner jumper and then sparked a big-time rally in Game 6 of the World Championship Series with the Portland Trailblazers. Clyde the Glide Drexler, and of course the great one Hakeem Olajuwon battling Michael and Scotty and Bobby and the Bulls. And I suppose every time you come into this neighborhood, you have a flashback or two.
I do. Been coming back for a lot of years, so that's a lot of flashbacks. Well, thanks for bringing that up, too.
Yeah,
but, yeah, always good memories over here in the Madhouse on Madison. We came in a little different way. We came down the Eisenhower to Damon Avenue, and then you exit, and here we are on this Well, it used to be brand new, beautiful brand new. Now, as you mentioned, Gary, 30 years old, going to celebrate. I remember when they were building it, and Jordan never really liked this place a whole lot. He preferred the Chicago Stadium.
Old place.
Yeah, the old place in the
backgrounds.
Yeah, just looser rims. But anyway, anytime you come into the city, it certainly brings great memories. And you look up in the rafters and to see the banners that are hung and see your name up there, it's pretty special.
Great history. That brings us to our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. And, it wasn't just basketball here in the United Center like we're viewing this weekend. Beyonce to Barbara Streisand to Bono, Bill Clinton. Chicago's United Center has hosted superstars of all employ. This week it's the 25th Big Ten basketball tournament. And Iowa's had so many great three-point shooters, Bobby Hansen included, down through the years. But I'm a history buff. I love reading about Murray Weir. Led the Big Ten and the nation in scoring in 1948, 21 points a game, consensus All-American. The fabulous five of the mid-1950s who got the back-to-back Final Fours, they had a 17-game winning streak in 1955 and averaged 81 points. And, of course, without the three-point line. And they got to the championship game before Bill Russell and San Francisco knocked out Sharm Sherman and company. And then, of course, who can forget John Johnson and downtown Freddie Brown and Stick Vidnovic and Calabria and that great six-pack of the late 60s, all the way through to mostly present day, Gatens and Horner and Uthoff and Jordan Bohannon. But you know what? The purest of the pure might have been Chris Kingsbury, who almost 30 years ago started reining them in from 40 feet on in. The three-point shot was more of a novelty then, but it's become an everyday staple of any basketball team's offensive diet, and Chris Kingsbury is all the more happy for it.
I suppose so. It's kind of interesting. We talk about it all the time now, how much the game's changed in the last 30 years, however long it's been. But, yeah, I suppose in the early, mid-'90s, it was kind of just developing for all the guys to kind of utilize it and coaches to figure out, what the defenses are going to start to look like, how much spread out is everything going to get. So, I suppose, but, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, everybody, if you can't shoot it, you almost can't play now. So it's a fun game to watch, though.
I'm guessing when you were watching the Michigan State game a couple of weeks ago, brought back some great memories. How lightning quick the Hawks got back in that game.
Yeah, that was a great game. It was crazy. My 11-year-old had a game, so we left my house with 29 seconds left and put it on the radio. So we got to listen on the radio to the end of the game in overtime, and then I taped it. So, but yeah, to hit 5 straight threes, I think it was, and Michigan State made every free throw but the last one, so we just chipped away one at a time. But that's the beauty of the three-point line. That's what makes it fun, is you can dominate inside and get your twos, but if the other team's hitting threes, more often than not, they're going to win.
Among my many favorite memories of Chris Kingsbury was 32 points in 24 minutes against Northwestern, and then 30 on an outstanding UConn team up in the Great Alaskan Shootout. Was Dr. Tom's philosophy with you? It was, look, I know you can shoot it. You got the green light anywhere?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think Coach Davis, before me and after me, always coached that way. His two guards ran the left wing, and we ran, and if the point guard threw it to us, I was letting it go. So we didn't run a whole bunch of, it's kind of crazy all the sets and things they got now. The things, the way the game's evolved with the down screen, re-screen, the flare screen, all the action that they can do. And we didn't have a whole lot of that. It was a lot of horns, two-man high. Woolridge and Settles were kind of the guys run the pick and roll, and I just sit with my hands ready and catch when I got it. So, yeah, it'd be fun to play now. But like you said, it was kind of fun being kind of doing something that other guys didn't do as much, so that was probably to my advantage too.
I always thought Freddie Brown, downtown Freddie Brown, had the deepest range of any Hawkeye I'd ever grown up watching until Kingsbury came along. Those were wonderful days. Today is too for Iowa basketball. But when you think of all the great shooters and your records, you had 9 threes in a couple different games. You had well over 100 threes in one season. And then along came Gatens and Bohannon, and I'm going to leave somebody out, but Uthoff. Iowa's always been blessed with great shooters.
Yeah, I think that's been a big part of it. you kind of got to you give and take with what you got, So you got the defensive end, the offensive end. I was even with Coach Davis or with Fran, they score points, especially at home. But the last Indiana was nice, but they finally got it going. But you got to be able to space the floor. Iowa's always had that. But, Caitlin's got the deepest range, so I don't know what it means to the rest of us, but she's fun to watch.
She's in and of herself. She might be the closest thing to Kingsbury in a female body, but that said, Bobby and I usually hang out with Carter on the plane rides. He's been a joy, your son. I hope you know that.
I really appreciate that. He's a good kid. He enjoys the grind, so if you enjoy that, it doesn't really matter what position you're in on the team, you're going to have a good time. So,
well, he'll knock you down on that scout team. Now, let me tell you, he gets after it. There's a reason these guys are as good as they are. But, Chris, great to see you as always, and thanks for being a Hawk.
All right, thanks, Dolph.
What a personality, Chris Kingsbury. Just laid
Always.
back. And I looked at these numbers, Bobby, in researching Chris, and I looked at him 5 times, honestly, to make sure I was looking at him correctly. I played 3 years at Iowa, left after his junior year to go play pro, played 5 years Continental Basketball League, today's G League, played overseas in Italy. In his career at Iowa, he took 905 shots. 658 of them were threes.
Yeah.
71% were three-point attempts.
Crazy.
That just knocks me over.
Yeah, he explained it well. That was the system at that time under Dr. Tom. They had the high horns, they call it, 2 guys up high. And Andre Woolridge, who led the Big Ten in scoring and assists. Andre was a good passing point guard out of there who could also score, but he knew he had shooters out there on the wing. So you throw Kent McCausland in that mix there of guys that could shoot it about that time. But nobody's better than Chris Kingsbury. Maybe Jordan Bohannon in the times that I've watched these kids. I was in Alaska covering Jim Zabel was doing football, but I was there to witness that 30-point outburst by him against Connecticut, and Jim Calhoun could not believe it. I can't remember who Richard Hamilton was the guy trying to defend it, but Chris just kept moving deeper and deeper and deeper and knocking him down. And again, even keeled, nothing bothered him, nothing really excited him a whole lot at that time. But you mentioned him. Carter is just a chip off the old block there. He's on our scout team. He wears the same number as Chris, number 14. And listening to Chris's voice, he sounds just like Chris when you talk to him.
He does. I love his line. Caitlin Clark's the best.
Yeah, there you go.
She's the best three-point shooter. But I tell you what, I love his line. I just always had my hands ready. Catch and shoot.
Yeah, he didn't put the ball on the floor too much, but play a whole lot of defense. But he could certainly knock the bottom out of the goal.
He's a big guy, 6'5". He was a joy to visit with the other day. We appreciate Chris stopping by on our Hawkeye pregame show and our Riverside Casino and Golf Hawkeye historical winning moment.
Successful banker, I believe, out in Ponca City, Nebraska.
Ponca, about 25 miles west of Sioux City, across the great Missouri River. And Chris tunes in when he can and gets to Iowa City on occasion. All right, that's a wonderful memory maker with Chris Kingsbury. Son Carter and the Hawkeyes are ready to take on Ohio State here in about 35 minutes. We're down to 3.5 to play in this first game, Michigan and Rutgers. And Rutgers has pulled away to a 12-point advantage, 54-42. We're coming back with a U.S. Bank scoreboard update next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Hey, burger lovers. This is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com. Extreme Arena is the place to be on March 18th because the Iowa gymnastics team is hosting the 2023 Big Ten Championships. This is your chance to see some of the most talented gymnasts in the country compete in our backyard. The Hawkeyes will compete in the second session, which begins at 4:30 p.m. Tickets are on sale now and going fast. Help us cheer on our Hawkeyes as they look to capture the Big Ten Championship title at Extreme Arena on March 18th.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show at the Big Ten Tournament. Iowa and Ohio State scheduled for a 1:30 tip-off. Michigan and Rutgers are inside 2 minutes to go here in the first game, and Rutgers is pulled away to what looks like to be a sure victory, 58-42. Boy, Michigan had, 28, 29 points at halftime?
Yep.
My goodness.
They couldn't come out in second, couldn't make a field goal, and it came out in the second half.
So we may be seeing the last of Hunter Dickinson other than perhaps the NIT. In the meantime, let's give you some of the other scores from conference tournaments around the country. In the Big East, it's 6th-ranked Marquette leading St. John's 53-49. 4 minutes to go in that game. 14th-ranked Miami is going to, I shouldn't say that. That's the ACC tournament. Steve Forbes, Iowa-born Steve Forbes in Wake Forest is down 8 to Miami with 2 minutes to go in the ACC quarterfinal. Right here, it's 58-42 Rutgers over Michigan. Iowa State is facing 19th-ranked Baylor in a quarterfinal round down in Kansas City in the Big 12 tournament. The Cyclones won both regular season games from the Bears, but Baylor owns this one, at least to this point, 50-44. Cyclones only down 6 and plenty of time, a little under 15 minutes to play. Florida trails Mississippi State 36-26 at the SEC tournament second round. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update for this early hour. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. We're at the Big Ten Tournament in Chicago awaiting Iowa and Ohio State. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. Thank you, flagship stations, WHO in Des Moines, WMT in Cedar Rapids, and our 50 wonderful other stations all across the Iowa borders from east to west, giving you those wintry weather updates as the afternoon wears on. Raining here in Chicago, no snow yet. Up next, we'll hear from Ohio State coach and the Brain Trust, Chris Holtman. I had a little senior moment there, sorry.
Almost jumped in to help you, but I said he'll find it.
Just give me a minute. I'm looking through my notes here. Well, it's not easy to remember 14 coaches' names. Fran, I got him
doing a great job, my man.
Go to break, Gary. Courtesy of Grizzly Coolers, Chris Holtman, the Buckeye head coach, joins us right after this. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Get in the game with Extreme Internet. Experience speeds up to an incredible 1 gig. Supercharge every room with whole home Wi-Fi 360 Pro and turn your home into the most connected pad on the block. You don't have time to play around with slow, unreliable internet. Get the speed, unbeatable reliability, and game-winning performance you deserve with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Call 8444-FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Now, time to hear from Ohio State head coach Chris Holtmann. He's got his Buckeyes playing well. They've won 3 of their last 4, and that one loss was a 6-point effort, 6-point decision at Michigan State, where it's tough for everybody to win. Chris Holtmann is sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. For Holtmann, he is so proud of his freshman of the year in the conference, Bryce Sensabaugh. What a player at 6'7". He was a big contributor to last night's victory over Wisconsin with 9 points, 11 rebounds.
Like, he's impacting winning. That's what players do. And teams are giving him a lot of attention. And, you know, he's been highly efficient these last couple weeks offensively. And I think any coach, anybody who watches him says, man, that kid has really improved in terms of reading the game, making the right read, playing the way his team needs him to play. And I'm proud of him for that. And he just needs to keep doing that.
Last night, an incredible comeback by Wisconsin in the second half was due in large part to Ohio State turnovers. The Buckeyes turned it over 16 times, many of those coming in the second 20 minutes. After Wisconsin fell behind by 27, they slapped the press on the Buckeyes and roared back to within a couple possessions, but it wasn't to be. And Holtzman says, like Bobby Hansen says, you can't look over your shoulder. You got to focus on the here and now.
You know, coaches have watched enough college basketball and coached enough games where they know there is a reason why it says survive and advance come tournament time. And we've seen crazy things in our league. We're playing an Iowa team that was down 10 with, I think, 34 seconds to go or 35 seconds to go at their place. So you just understand how quickly leads can diminish. Obviously, there were some things as coaches and players we could have done better, but I give our guys a lot of credit for finishing it. It's
been quite a while since Coach Chris Holtmann has played in situations like this week where his team has to win 5 games in 5 days.
Not necessarily. You're right. It's been a while since I've been in this seat where you could go home this early, and you don't have you're not playing for seeding, or you're not assured of the tournament as the next thing in front of you. I don't think you can coach any different, because I think is as much as anything, you're just focused on how is your team playing, and if they're playing well and confident in the right way, then whatever happens, and I've been proud of them for doing that.
The Buckeyes have had great success in the Big Ten tournament down through the years, winning 4 titles. The last, though, which came in 2013, they have made 9 title game appearances. And they've got a heck of a coach in Chris Holtmann, and he's trying to circle the wagons and rally the troops here in the final week before the NCAA tournament. Thanks to Coach Holtmann, he's sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by State Farm. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. In a minute, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's presented by your Iowa John Deere dealer. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show at the Big Ten Tournament in downtown Chicago. Time now to hear from head coach Fran McCaffrey, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers. The great John Deere dealers across Iowa, including Van Wall Equipment in Oskaloosa. Well, the Hawkeyes have 13 wins in the top two quadrants, quadrant 1 and 2. That's second most among any Big Ten team, with the exception of Purdue, who has 16. For the second straight year, the Hawks are the 5th seed here in Chicago at the Big Ten Tournament.
Fran, the team split the 2 regular season meetings almost by an identical score. I don't know what that tells you, but what do you think the third time around? What's changed with Ohio State? After all, they have won 3 of their last 4.
Well, they're a lot different now. Zed Key got hurt in our game, so that's a game changer for them. Akpara has played really well, and he continues to play well, but it also means that they might go small. Play Likely, Sewing, Sensabaugh, Thornton, McNeil, Roddy Gale, that group, very talented. Everybody can go off the bounce. Everybody can score and make threes. They can switch everything. But without Zed, it doesn't give them the low post presence that they had before. But they use Akpara in a different way, and he's been very effective.
McNeil shot the ball well last night, the graduate transfer from West Virginia. Interesting case study.
He's a really good shooter, moves really well without the ball. They run good stuff for him when they put him in. He was starting. He starts sometimes he doesn't. But he impacts the game when he comes in. He was terrific yesterday.
Coach, since Sunday's game with Nebraska, how have the guys responded? What's the routine been like in preparing for postseason?
There's business as usual. We broke the game down. We made some mistakes. We did some good things. Defensively, we were not where we needed to be, and we'll learn from that and be better today. I think they practiced well. We've been here now. Had a great practice yesterday at UIC, and I think we're ready to go, Dolph.
Coach, you really have to be encouraged by the offensive rebounding in particular, but the guys have been rebounding the heck out of the basketball, and you've been turning teams over, and Wisconsin got back in the game last night with their full court pressure.
They sure did. We've not been turning it over. We've been turning teams over. Our rebounding's been good. Our offense has been better. Our execution has been really good lately. So obviously when you get to this time of the season, you want to put it all together. Your defense, your offense, your transition game, your late game package, because that's going to be the difference between a close win and a close loss.
And congratulations to Chris and Philip and Tony, all Big Ten this week. More awards to come, I'm sure, for several of them, but that's a pretty good threesome to start with today.
Yeah, and Connor too, and also Peyton, and also Patrick. So, we had 6 guys recognized, so very, very impressive season from that standpoint.
What do you draw from last year's 4 wins in 4 days, Coach, that you can apply starting today?
A lot of those guys were here, so they know what it takes. It takes a certain mindset and a sense of urgency, and you have to execute. You make mistakes, you're going to lose. You can't always control how many shots you make, but if you execute better, chances are the shots are going to be better and have a better percentage to go in.
Coach, thank you. Good luck today.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
The Hawkeyes have led the league in scoring 6 of the last 10 seasons. And Iowa once again tops the conference at his 17th nationally, averaging almost 81 points a game. Iowa is 12-2 when making 9 or more threes in a game this season. Tony Perkins is once again a critical factor. He was so solid in last year's Big Ten run to the tournament title. Coach McCaffrey is sponsored each game day by Van Wall Equipment and your Iowa John Deere dealers. Nothing runs like a Deere, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how to farm better, work smarter, and play harder when you run with Van Wall and John Deere. University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare, proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes. Up next, Bobby Hansen has the club car wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level. With Shields Fan Shop, we have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
Bobby Hansen's keys to a Hawkeye victory over the Ohio State Buckeyes here at the Big Ten Tournament are now front and center, sponsored by the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash, with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Rutgers has just defeated Michigan, sending Michigan home after one day in the tournament. Bobby, what's got to happen for the Hawks to punch Ohio State and send them to the sideline?
Well, you got to avoid the upset, because that's 3 upsets in a row, to be honest with you, with yesterday's games and then this Rutgers knocking off Michigan. So Ohio State, the win over Wisconsin last night, 65-57. They're going to be a little bit tired, Gary. So number one key for me in this game for the Hawkeyes is run, run, run. You got to get out and go. Get out and go early. Quick turnaround for Ohio State. A short bench. They only play 8 guys. So let's get it going early. You got to run. I mean, to run, you have to rebound the basketball, and you have to keep Ohio State off the glass. I think part of that running game for the Hawkeyes is to get the defensive board and not allow a guy like Justice Suing or the big fella in there, Felix Akpara. Sensabaugh's a big body in there, 6'6", 240 pounds. He'll climb the offensive glass. So the number one key is going to be to get your running game going, to keep them off the glass, dominate the board. Second key is going to be low turnovers. When the Hawks run and keep turnovers to a too low, Gary, they are really tough to beat. OSU, Ohio State had 16 turnovers last night. Look for the Hawkeyes to turn up that pressure early on the Buckeyes. Whenever they shoot a free throw, the Hawks are going to jump in three-quarter court pressure, but may even use it after made baskets early in the game to get the bodies going and get Ohio State off kilter a little bit, see how they're going to attack that full court pressure. The third key, and this is Captain Obvious, but again, make shots. It's pretty obvious, but let's get Chris Murray going early in this game, see if we could get his offensive game off to a good start. Bounce back game for Tony Perkins. Didn't have a good one against Nebraska. He was really, really good against last year, all 4 games in Indianapolis. So the Hawks make more than 10 threes, going to equal a win.
Bobby Hansen's keys to the game coming your way courtesy of Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location near you. To illustrate how basketball, college basketball is the great escape that it is from everyday life, there's a funeral going on here in Chicago. In fact, it concluded just a bit ago for Chicago police officer Andre Maricia Vasquez Lasso, who was just 26 years old, gunned down last week. We've got law enforcement from all over the country here today in the city of Chicago paying their respects to Andre. Left a young, beautiful wife and a beautiful child behind another senseless act of violence. And not only Chicago, but cities around the country enduring attacks on law enforcement. Atlanta, the latest before this tragedy. So we send out our sympathies, or our state police representatives from all over America, every state in the union represented here today for the funeral of Andre Maricia Vasquez Lasso. And we want them to know the Hawkeye Radio Network sends their sympathies. And then Bobby, out in Bancroft, great part of Iowa, in the northwest end of the state, we want to send our very best to the Kolash family as well.
Yeah, thank you. Danny, 29 years old. Danny was a youngster that was born with muscular dystrophy. I got to meet him through law enforcement. A friend, John Deegan, down the road, a state trooper, years and years and years at John's retirement weekend. And Danny is just a delight. He's a huge Hawkeye fan, huge Dallas Clark fan from up that way. Loves the Chicago Cubs, and got word yesterday from John and talked to his father, Brad, here this morning about the service will be on Saturday, but he's listening in heaven. Brad wanted us to know that. He appreciated the shout out. Huge fan of the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is a young man that always found the best, Gary. Found the positive in life, even when you're almost sentenced into a wheelchair for the last remaining years of your life. But Danny, he's just listening up there in heaven, and he was surrounded by love. His family took care of him. He had an extended family. Everybody loved Danny. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the Kolash family, the Deegan family, the Eichelberger family, all those great folks up there in northern Iowa, and who took great care of Danny Kolash.
Well said. We send our thoughts and prayers to the Kolash family indeed. And hello to Trooper Deegan. Give our law enforcement some extra room and breaks out there along the highways today. Obviously, the travel is worse in some parts of the state than the other. Hi to everybody listening in at the Iowa State Boys Basketball Tournament as it proceeds along its way. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Iowa State has roared back and leads 10th-ranked Baylor 68-60.
Wow.
TJ and the Cyclones going for the trifecta against the Baylor Bears. And out front by 8 with 4 minutes to go at the Big 12 Championship tournament down in Kansas City. 6th-ranked Marquette. They're in overtime with St. John's leading 65-63. Yes, March Madness got here last night, and it's been going on ever since. The Hawkeyes are going to break the string. The 5 seed taking on a double-digit seed, the Ohio State Buckeyes, coming up shortly. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. The Hawkeye Pep Band stretching those vocal cords, as you can hear in the background. We're coming back with more on the Mid-American, the EMC Insurance Pregame Show. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups and Shields colors of the game are next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You use your energy. Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Get ready for March Madness in Iowa City because Carver Hawkeye Arena is the home of the first and second round of the Women's Basketball NCAA Tournament. Matchups, game time, and the schedule will be announced on Sunday, March 12th. Women's basketball season ticket holders can request tickets for the first and second rounds now, and general public sales will start on Monday, March 13th. Best of luck to Coach Bluter and our Hawkeyes as they pursue a national championship.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
Getting closer to tip-off, the Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes from the United Center in Chicago. Let's meet today's starters, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to your bottom line. For the Ohio State Buckeyes, head coach Chris Holtmann in his 6th year. He's won 121 games with Ohio State, lost 74. The Buckeyes score 73 a game, give up 69. They are now 14-18 on the year. Make that 15-18 with their win last night over Wisconsin. Roddy Gale, a freshman, It's Roddy Gale Jr., who is a freshman out of Niagara Falls, 6'4". Guard, averages 4 points and a couple rebounds. Bruce Thornton, another freshman, the Georgia State High School Player of the Year out of Alpharetta, 6'2". He's a fullback, 215 pounds at 10 points, 3 rebounds a game. He runs the show. Bryce Sensabaugh, a 6'6" forward, freshman, 235-pounder from Orlando, Florida. The Florida High School Player of the Year and McDonald's All-American. 17 points, 5 rebounds a game, shoots 83% from the foul line. Justice Suing, the redshirt senior from Honolulu, started his college career at California and has been at Ohio State the last couple years. 6'6", 210, averages 12 and 5. And Felix Akpara, the 6'11" freshman from Lagos, Nigeria, filling in for the injured Zed Key. Zed's on the shelf for the rest of the year with that shoulder surgery. Felix averages 4 points, 3 rebounds, and he will block your shot. He's got long arms to go with that 6'11" frame. They'll come off the bench with Eugene Brown, Isaac Likely, the grad transfer from Oklahoma State, and others. Owen Spencer, a junior from Cincinnati, and Sean McNeil, the grad transfer from West Virginia. He's their best three-point shooter at 38% from distance. Shoots 43% from the field. Hawks need to cover him up. He had a big night, big second half against Wisconsin last evening. For the Hawkeyes, head coach Fran McCaffrey in his 13th year, the highest scoring team in the Big Ten at 81 points a game. The Hawks give up 75. They need to get it done in the defensive end today. They'll start Philip Rebracha at 6'9", 230. The fifth-year senior we'll hear from in just a minute. Transfer from North Dakota, averages 14 points, 8 rebounds, having a knockout year. Chris Murray, the other forward, the 6'8" junior from Cedar Rapids, voted to the Sporting News All-American team this week, as well as first-team All-Big Ten. Chris is having a terrific year, one of the top scorers in the league at 21 points, 8 rebounds. Tony Perkins, the big guard, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis, averages 12 points, 4 boards. Aaron Eulis at the point guard, 6'3" junior from right here in Chicago Heights and Marian Catholic High School up the street, or down the street. Aaron's at 6 points, couple rebounds, couple of assists. And Connor McCaffrey, the 6'6" traffic director for the Iowa offense, and solid in the defensive end as well. He's a grad student from Iowa City West. Connor's throwing in 7 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, dishing out 4 assists. He leads the nation in assist-to-turnover ratio at almost 2-1. Hawks will play Josh Dix, Peyton Sanford, the Big Ten 6th Player of the Year. And hopefully Riley Mulvey and Josh Agundale can get in there and throw their weight around in the middle. You know, Patrick McCaffrey will be front and center. He was raining in threes at practice yesterday and comes off a big day against Nebraska last Sunday, 24 points, if memory serves me correct. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Our colors of the game are presented by Shields. The Hawks will be the home team, and they are wearing the lucky gold, the old gold with the script Iowa. The Buckeyes will be in their candy apple red crimson uniforms with the cream and maroon trim. Those are the school colors. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Bumped into Philip Rebracha a little bit ago. Congratulated him on his being selected to the All Big Ten third team this week.
Well, I mean, like I said the other day, I'm really happy that I, got this award, but this is not like why I play basketball. I play for team trophies. I feel like I value that a lot more. Of course, I got to be satisfied by it because, I put in a lot of work and that's being recognized. But I just got to keep going. This doesn't mean too much for me because I know we have bigger goals in mind.
It is got to be a good feeling, though, knowing that the respect you get from other coaches, the media around the league, that it's paid off in the end.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's big because, they see the work that I've put, well, not the work, but the outcome of my work. But also on the flip side, you can say that this kind of also puts a target on my back because, there's going to be other players that feel like they maybe deserved my spot. So it's good that I feel like I'm being recognized by coaches and media, but also you got to know that other players are definitely going to want to prove themselves against myself.
That makes sense. The sun came up Monday after the Nebraska game, and you've had 4 or 5 days to prepare for this event. You were there last year, ran 4 in 4 days. What's the mindset of the team?
I mean, we're kind of in a similar position that we were last year. I think last year our final game was against Illinois, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you mean
regular season? Yeah, it was Illinois, and we lost. It was at Illinois. We lost a very tough game, but we were able to bounce back and make a great run. So we got to understand that this is not the end of the world. Yeah, we lost our final game in Carver this season, but like I said, we have bigger things to prepare for, and it's not impossible. We did it last year, so there's no reason that we can't think that we can do it again this year.
Philip Rebracha, he's right. He's been the target of other teams' defenses, Bobby Hansen, all season long, and he's played right through everyone that's come up against him. 14 points, 8 rebounds on average.
Yeah, he's a man out there, Gary. No doubt about it. He's going to go up against a freshman, 6'11", about the same weight as Philip is at Felix Akpor, about 230. So you're going to look for the Hawkeyes to go to Philip early, see if they can get Akpora out of there. Then they go really small after that. The kid Sewing will go to the center position, but Phillips had an outstanding super senior year here after transferring from North Dakota, and we're glad we got him. I told his godfather it was after senior day against Nebraska. I said, I wish we had 3 or 4 Philip Rebrachas on this team because that kid is 100% in motion every single second he's on the court.
Fran has a way of finding those guys, the Luka Garzas and Rebrachas, and no doubt more on the way. Hawks are back out on the floor. We await Ohio State's return to the Pine. When we come back, we'll have the opening tip. The Hawkeyes and the Buckeyes next from the Big Ten Tournament in Chicago. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
On the Hawkeyes Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
This is my kind of town, Chicago is my kind of town. Chicago is my kind of people too. People who smile at you, and each time I roam, Chicago is calling me home. Chicago.
And we've been called back to the United Center after a few years away down in Indianapolis. And Frank's only too happy to welcome Big Ten fans from all over the country back to his town, Chicago, as Iowa and Ohio State are being introduced. And we'll get this thing underway shortly.
Ready to go here. It's been a little bit of a build-up here. Both teams waiting in the locker rooms. That first game to get over with. But They know that. They've been here before. That's what you expect. But an opportunity for the Hawkeyes here. A great opportunity ahead of them now, just as we did last year, Gary, in Indianapolis. 4 games in 4 days, one at a time. But let's make quick work of Ohio State.
First game, if you missed it, won by Rutgers, 62-50 over the Michigan Wolverines. That's a 9 seed knocking off an 8 seed. So a favorite seed has yet to win. And let's hope that changes right here. The Iowa State Cyclones are leading Baylor. Another top 20 team that the Cyclones have a chance to knock off for a 3rd time this year. It's 75-66 with 1:50 to play down in Kansas City, the quarterfinal round of the Big 12 tournament. Now the Hawkeyes, the home team by virtue of the higher seed. And we got Brutus and Herky out there going nose to beak. Last-minute instructions coming from Coach McCaffrey and Coach Holtman, and then we'll be underway. The Hawks trying to bounce back after having their 7-game home win streak at Carver come to an end at the hands of Nebraska last Sunday. I think I said Patrick McCaffrey netted a team-high 24 points. It was 23 points, his highest scoring total since 20 against Southeast Missouri State back on December 17th. Connor McCaffrey, what a line he had, Bobby. On Sunday, 9 assists, 8 points, 8 rebounds, 3 steals. He's collected 5+ assists in 5 of Iowa's last 8 games, and he is wildly important today.
Yeah, he certainly is, and got a little bit of a sprained right ankle. Should not bother him here in today's game, but he's on top of his game right now. The way he's seeing the floor, passing the basketball, not turning it over, and when he's left open, he can certainly knock down a 3-point shot.
These two have met 4 times in the Big Ten tournament. Each team has won twice. They've met in the title game as well. And here we go. Underway. Tip controlled by Akpara, the 6'11" tall timber over Chris Murray, and it is Ohio State with the first look in the offensive end. Bruce Thornton to Justice Sewing. Murray man-to-man on Sewing. Hawks are pushing that man-to-man out well beyond the perimeter. Here's a pitch right wing for Roddy Gale Jr. Now to Thornton. Thornton takes it right baseline around his man, hits the jump shot over Aaron Eulis. Tough shot.
He's on top of his game, too, Gary. Had, 17 last night. The freshman capable scorer.
He played a solid game. Here's Murray getting to the basket. Throws high post left to Rebraca. Sewing shut him down. Rebraca rolls into the paint now to Chris. Shot fake from 3. Now he's double teamed. Gets the ball poked away. Gets it back. Inside to Rebraca. His running jump hook is good in the lane. Up over the top of the extended length of Felix Akpara. 2-2. Both teams have scored in their first trip out of the gate. Thornton around a screen, trying to lose Eulis. He pulls up, throws up a long jump shot, no good. Phillip with the strong rebound. Outlets to Perkins. He flies down the far sideline. Now to Connor McCaffrey. A throw over the top of the defense to Aaron Eulis. A screen by Rebraca. Now it goes to Rebraca on the screen and roll. He's backing in on Akpara. Back to Murray on the wing. His long 3 attempt is no good. Kicks to the corner and out of bounds. It'll be Ohio State basketball.
Hawks looking inside. Philip Rebraca, see if they could get Akpara into some foul trouble. Nothing there. Held his ground, kicked it back out to Chris. And Chris had an open look at a 3. Just a shot a little bit wide left.
Well, they put the ball in play, but Aaron Eulis has a bloody nose.
At least scratched.
Looks like it. Trainer Brad Floy is working on him there for a minute. See if Aaron will come out of the game and Patrick McCaffrey will replace him while they get some gauze up that nostril and get Aaron back in the game. Here's Thornton. He's guarded now by Perkins. Connor McCaffrey takes on Bryce Sensabaugh, the 6'7" freshman sensation who's yet to touch the ball. They're looking for him. Now Thornton gets it to Sensabaugh along the sideline, in front of the Iowa bench. He hooks a pass right back to the baseline to Thornton. He whirls into the paint, leaves it for Sewing, knocked away, but right to a teammate, Roddy Gale Jr. His step-back jumper is an air ball and a shot clock violation on Ohio State.
Yeah,
good defense by the Hawkeyes.
Mix up here on the officials. It was a shot clock violation. Should be taking it out on the side, but good defense, Patrick McCaffrey. And Chris Murray came over and gave him a little bit of support. Forced that wild shot.
2-2 game. Each team has scored a basket Each team 1 for 3. We played 2 minutes at the Big Ten tournament. Trying to get used to this different backdrop here at the United Center. Connor McCaffrey was open, passed it up. A 3, that is. Gets it into Rebraca. Back to Connor. Now a shot fake. Lost the ball, but right to teammate Tony Perkins. His sidestep 3 is good. TP has arrived.
Yeah, that's a really good sign right there. Connor kind of kicked the ball, recovered it. Tony made something out of nothing right there with his straight-on three-point shot. Good to see him hit one after that tough game Sunday against Nebraska.
Hawkeyes up 5-2. Here's Thornton back for the Buckeyes. Iowa man-to-man. Sensabaugh takes Chris Murray off the dribble. Pull-up jump shot, no good. Akpara with a long rebound. He went up sky high. He's already 6'11", and got over all the Hawkeye defenders that were blocking out. Suing with a shot fake from the wing. Drives inside to the paint. Jump shot is up and no good. Wild shot, and the rebound saved from going out of bounds by Chris Murray. Great effort by Chris. Perkins down the near sideline. Stop and go move. Between the legs dribble. Hands off to Rebraca. Right back to the percolator. He goes right baseline. Pull up jumper. That one's strong. Rebounded by Rebraca. Knocked away from him, out of bounds by Sensabaugh. And it'll stay with the Hawkeyes with 16:46 to play in the first half. And the Hawkeyes out in front 5-2. Iowa has 1 3-point goal, that by Perkins. 15 to shoot. Here's Rebraca to Tony. Ball knocked away, stolen away by Ohio State.
Quick hands.
Yeah, indeed. They've knocked 2 or 3 dribbles away from Iowa and finally get one. Gale Jr., that's a turnover on the Hawks. Leaves it for Thornton to Sensabaugh. Run a little 3-man bob and weave out front. Here's a foul on Tony coming over the shoulder of Bruce Thornton. A foul on Iowa, the Hawks first. 16:23 to play. First half, Iowa 5, Ohio State 2. Hawks getting it done on the defensive end. Ohio State had the benefit of playing in here last night, but they also worked hard to escape the Wisconsin Badgers. Bounce pass right of the lane to Suing. Backs in on Chris Murray. An up and under move and a score by the veteran from Cal, Justice Suing. That ended a 3-minute drought for Ohio State. And here's Murray, drives in deep, gives it to a trailing Patrick McCaffrey, and he skies to the basket and lays it in off the glass.
Nice little wheel route ran by Patrick McCaffrey right there, coming from left to right, went right down the middle of the paint, took the hand off, and thought he was going to dunk it home, but softly laid it in for his first basket.
15:45 to play in the first half. 7-4. Iowa's lead is 3 here at the Big Ten tournament. And here's a pass that got away from Akpara, out of bounds. A low roller let go by Sensabaugh, and he does know he's 6'11", right? That's a long way to bend over.
A couple of freshmen trying to connect and messed up.
Our broadcast today is copyrighted by the Big Ten Conference Incorporated. Any use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the Big Ten's express written consent is prohibited. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Hawk fans, if you buy your own health insurance, Wellmark is on your side. And on the health insurance marketplace, give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Good start for the good guys. Iowa up 7-4. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hawkeye basketball from Chicago brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa leads 7-4, 4.5 minutes into the game. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com. MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy-saving tips. After the Ohio State turnover, the Hawks get the ball leading by 3. Bobby, your impressions so far?
Good start by the Hawkeyes. 3 out of 5 shooting. Philip Abracha's got a basket. Patrick McCaffrey came in relief of Aaron Eulis. Took one in the face. Patrick has got a basket. And Hawkeyes are on the boards, winning that battle 3-2.
Trying to stretch the lead to 5 now. Chris Murray, who's yet to score, drives inside, throws to the wing. Open is Patrick McCaffrey. Let's fly. And no good. A little bit off the left side. Heel of the iron and run down along the baseline by Bruce Thornton. Patrick has a basket and now a miss. 15-11 to play first half. Iowa's lead at 7-4 over Ohio State. Sewing has one basket, works a dribble in on Murray. They clear it out for him in the lane. Reverses hands, now back on point to Sam McNeil, who's just into the game. And he'll throw it in from anywhere on the floor. You better have a hand in his face. Here's a shot clock violation as Chris Murray didn't go for the shot fake as Sewing stayed with him, and that threw Justice off. That's 2 shot clock violations on the Buckeyes.
It is 2 shot clock violations. That's just excellent defense by the Hawkeyes, and they're man-to-man pressuring out on the three-point line.
And 3 turnovers total. Now the Hawks try to take advantage. They got Nebraska to turn it over and scored a bunch of points Sunday. Rebracha comes in. Reverse layup is good. Went underneath the iron and used that as protection as Akpara wanted to block that one, and the Hawks are up 5.
Use the rim, just as you described it, Gary, and you're seeing the Hawkeyes go to their big man, try to get Akpara in some trouble.
Thornton on a crossover dribble, looks baseline, but Sewing's not open. Murray really defending him well. Thornton then throws up a tough shot and hits it. Tony Perkins right in his kisser, and he may have gotten a piece of it on the way up, but Thornton, very strong point guard. Now Tony has the dribble knocked away again. Boy, they're reaching for that basketball. 9-6, Iowa's lead is 3. Here's a catch and drive to the basket. Akpara blocks that one on Rebracha. Run down in the corner by McNeil. With such long arms on a 6'11 frame. Sensabaugh with it from Thornton. Takes Connor McCaffrey in the lane. Drop step, now forces up a shot. Hit it again. Sensabaugh, tough shot. But he's capable of doing that. 13:35 to play in the first half. And now Perkins lost the dribble again. And the jump ball will keep it with Iowa. Ohio State has come back with back-to-back hoops. They're within 9-8 of the Hawkeyes. Tony Perkins is going to come out like he injured his hand, trying to keep that ball in his possession. He and Connor McCaffrey check to the sideline. Peyton Sanford, the 6th man of the year. The Big Ten is in the game along with Aaron Eulis. He got that nosebleed repaired. Here comes Isaac Likely in for Ohio State, so they go smaller. They are guard heavy now, and the Hawkeyes get it inbounds. Chris Murray has been covered up by Sewing so far. Chris takes him off the dribble to the baseline. Holds up into the lane to Rebracha. Phillip has a smaller man on him and got the jump hook to go. Boy, it took a couple looks before the ball decided to drop down through. Bounding around the rim. Iowa up 11-8. 13-14 to play. First half.
Phillip Abracha off to a great start. 3 out of 4 from the floor. Leading scorer for Iowa with 6 early points.
Helping take some pressure off Chris Murray until Chris gets going. Now Sewing drives it in on Murray. Double team on him. Eulis knocks the ball away, but right to a Buckeye. And a layup is good for Sensabaugh. Sensabaugh now, don't let him get going. He's got back-to-back baskets. He just picked up the garbage and threw it in. Patrick McCaffrey to Sanford. He's chased around by McNeil. Grad transfer from West Virginia. Bob Huggins program. Murray standstill 3. No good. That's short. 12.5 to play. 11-10. Iowa has the 1-point lead, but Ohio State, with the score here, can regain the lead. Sensabaugh takes it right at Patrick McCaffrey. Right of the lane. Hop steps in the lane. Step back jumper. Splashdown. Right through.
Tough shot. Patrick played him well, but Sensabaugh the fall away.
Sensabaugh looked like he got away with a hop. Ohio State has scored 3 straight baskets and now has the lead at 12-11 over the Hawkeyes. 12:05 to play in the first half. Game of runs here so far. Murray goes in, gets the lead back for Iowa. That time he was not to be denied. He muscled his way in on Isaac Likely, and it's 13-12 Iowa.
Really nice move that time by Chris from the right side. Went hard with the right hand, but finishes with his dominant hand, the left on the right side of the floor.
Sewing drives by Murray. Missed the layup, but went right back and got it and put it up and in. Chris got shoved underneath the frame, underneath the square, and could not recover in time. So offensive rebounding by Ohio State. Now a steal by Likely on Philip Rabrachi. Tried to jump pass, telegraphed it. Here's Likely all the way back. Jump shot in transition is no good by Sensabaugh as he left it for the trailer, and we're running the other way. Aaron Eulis back to Murray. He's going to try another 3. That one's too strong. Rebounded by Ohio State, and a foul or a traveling violation called on Peyton Sanford. Well, I didn't see that. Fouled on Iowa. It looked like Likely fell down, but apparently there was some contact going for that rebound. Timeout on the floor. End-to-end action. Ohio State will have the ball and a 1-point lead when play resumes. From the Big Ten tournament at the United Center, with quick hot savings from Quickstar, you'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quickstar's got your savings covered. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency Fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
This is Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Iowa trails Ohio State 14-13. About midway through the first half, we've got 11-10 to play. Hawks have hit 6 of 12 shots. The Buckeyes 7 of 13. And two of the last 3 have gone down courtesy of Bryce Sensabaugh.
Yeah, he's starting to wake up a little bit, Gary. Sensabaugh 3 out of his last 5. 3 rebounds for him, 6 points. Philip Rabracha 6 to lead Iowa in there. But a kid like Sensabaugh, you mentioned it. He gets a crazy little funny shot to drop, and then all of a sudden he's off to the races. So really got to tighten up the defensive screws on him a little bit, force him a little deeper on the floor. He's not known as a three-point shooter. Keep him out of the paint. He is a strong dribble driver, finishes at the rim.
Each team with a couple turnovers. And those are the key facts and figures as the Hawkeyes send out Peyton Sanford. Just called for a foul before we went to break. Connor McCaffrey, Patrick McCaffrey, Aaron Eulis, and Philip Rabracha. Chris Murray will get his first breather. He's on the bench with Tony Perkins catching his breath. Ohio State will inbound courtesy of Isaac Likely. Sam McNeil, who's a pure shooter, on the floor. Roddy Gale Jr. back in. Justice Suing. Akpara has been out a while. And let's see. We got a new one in there.
New old guy.
Eugene Brown. Yeah, new old guy. Eugene Brown the third. Eugene's been around a while. 6'7" junior. It looked like a 10-second violation. Oh, yeah, they do call it. McNeil was a step late getting across the timeline. It was bang, bang. Chris Holtman, I think he's got an argument, but John Floyd said, nope, 10 seconds. Clock hit 20. He had not cleared the midcourt stripe. Turnover, Buckeyes. So the Hawks get it right back. Good defense with that 1-2-2 press. 10:57 to play, first half. Hawks shoot for the lead. McCaffrey, Patrick, brother Connor along the sideline in front of the Buckeye bench. Now to Sanford, a little bit outside his range. Here's a pitch inside to Rebrache. Throws up a wild shot, hit the deck hard.
Out of contact.
Yeah, there was. Missed the shot. Here come the Buckeyes running. Gale drives it hard to the left baseline. Shut off by Connor McCaffrey. 10:33 to play half in the first half. 14-13 Ohio State. Chris Holtman calling out a play from the bench. McNeil retreats to the left wing. Hawkeyes look like they're in a 2-3 zone. That's why. Here's a jump shot outside. No good. Patrick McCaffrey's whacked from behind by Roddy Gale. Hits the deck. That'll be a foul on the Buckeyes. 10:13 to go in the half. And Iowa will have the basketball.
Good block out that time by Patrick McCaffrey on the offside. They got a small team out there, Gary. That's like 5 guards out there for Ohio State. So Patrick, a nice job helping out on the boards.
First team foul on the Buckeyes. Hawks have been called for 2. And Connor McCaffrey with the ball. High post right. Does a rip through on Likely. They've knocked some dribbles and passes away. Sanford double teamed. Finds Rebrache open, right back to Payton. He goes right baseline. Pull up jumper, no good. In and out. Boy, had a good look at that jumper and just couldn't find the range. 9:45 to play first half. Hawkeyes have gone better than 2 minutes between field goals. Buckeyes not much better. 9.5 to play first period. 14-13 Ohio State. Likely hands off to McNeil. He's shadowed by Aaron Eulis. And a pass knocked out of bounds by Sanford. Roddy Gale just let it go right in front of our broadcast perch. And it looks like we have a timeout asked for here by Chris Holtman. We'll keep it right here and tell you Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win, and you could win even more from Iowa Corn, proud supporter of Hawkeye basketball. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Both offenses struggling against the other's defense. Iowa's gone 2.5 minutes without a score. The Buckeyes are at 2 minutes and 12 seconds since they last scored. Ohio State ball with 7 to shoot. They've already got 2 shot clock violations. Let's make it a threesome. Suing to inbound. Does so to McNeil. Keep an eye on him. Crossover dribble. He gets to the basket on Eulis. Shot up. Blocked away from behind. Boy, oh boy, I didn't see that contact.
You're going to get Payton.
Payton Sanford apparently with the body.
He and Eulis were both there. We're going to take a look at the replay. It was a shove off by McNeil and no contact.
Yeah, Payton never even touched him. Brutal call because that's his second personal foul. And McNeil's our best free thrower. Certainly one of the best. 9:22 to play first half. Well, Payton's going to have to come out of the game, and they're going to have to play through that adversity. Second free throw is good, and Ohio State leads it now 16-13. Hawks got to find an answer in the offensive end. It's got to be Chris Murray. He's got a smaller defender on him. He backs into the paint on Likely, leans in and gets the shot to go. Thought it was going to crawl out over the front of the rim. Nice move by Chris. Flicked it up there with the left hand.
Should have been an N1 that time, working against the smaller Ohio State defender. Threw it up there and knocked to the ground. No call. Basket, Chris Murray.
Peyton Sanford out for the remaining 9 minutes of the first half. That's a big loss offensively. Here's McNeil for Ohio State. Bounce pass almost got away from Likely. He backs the dribble in on Tony Perkins. Turns, shoots, and misses. Rebound fought for. Ohio State comes up with it. Ripped away by Chris Murray, out of bounds to Ohio State. .8:40 to play first half. So the shot clock resets to 20. Another second chance opportunity for the Buckeyes. Likely and Sewing come out of the game. Thornton is back in along with Sensabaugh. Keep an eye on him. He and McNeil can really shoot it. McNeil guarded by Connor McCaffrey. Screened off him, pulls up, shoots a long three. No good. Missed badly. Perkins clears for Iowa. Now comes Connor McCaffrey into the front court and throws it away. Tried to get a feed to Chris Murray in transition. 3 turnovers on the Hawkeyes. Poked away nicely by the Buckeyes. Here's a drive and a layup, good by Bruce Thornton around the veteran Connor McCaffrey. Points off turnovers for Ohio State. Now Ulis is fouled as he backed the dribble in on Eugene Brown III. 18-15 Ohio State with the lead. 8:06 to play first half. Or they got Roddy Gale on that personal
Number 2.
Second foul on Roddy Gale Jr. He stays in for the moment. Perkins for Ulis. Pull-up jumper, no good. Hawks struggling from the field. 7 for 16. Ohio State with a rebound. Sensabaugh brings it in all the way to the basket. Throws to the corner. McNeil's 3 is good.
He's a shooter.
Guard-oriented lineup for Ohio State, doing some damage on the Hawkeyes, who can't find the mark. 7:40 to play. Ohio State has its biggest lead at 6. Patrick McCaffrey chops into it with a nice spin dribble move away from his sole defender. And he's got 2 layups here in the first half. 21-17 Iowa. Buckeyes using up a lot of energy here. Hopefully they get worn down after some heavy lifting against Wisconsin last night. McNeil, dead-eye shooter from the corner. He's out at the point now. Drives in on Ulis. Pull-up jumper, in and out, no good. Hawks clear this time. And Patrick McCaffrey. Patrick all the way with the dribble. 6'10", out to Ulis. Cross court to Connor McCaffrey. 7 minutes to play first half. Iowa down 4 with the basketball. 21-17. Perkins turns the corner. Has the dribble knocked away again. Tony's lost it a number of times, and Ohio State picks his pocket. 6:40 to go first half. 4 turnovers now on Iowa. Thornton, left-handed dribble, holds up high post left. Jump shot is up and no good, and cleared by Chris Murray. Chris will bring the ball down himself. Is he going to take his man off the dribble? He's double teamed. Ball knocked away, but right to Tony Perkins. Saved a turnover there. Connor McCaffrey working in on Roddy Gale, baseline left. Bounces into the lane to Murray. He loses the dribble, knocked away from him, gets it back. Pull up, jump shot is good. A 3, no less. Chris says enough of this hacking. I'm letting it fly.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gary. There's a lot of hacking going on there. Once the ball got loose, Chris went and retrieved it out there at 22 feet. Nobody came to guard him. Knocks down his first 3 of the game.
5 in a row for the Hawkeyes. 21-20. McNeil pinned in along the sideline. And we've got a foul off the ball on Sensabaugh, I believe.
Yeah, him and Connor are battling in the low block and threw an elbow up high, and referee saw it right in front of him. Foul on Sensabaugh.
Seniority wins out there. Connor McCaffrey induces the flashy freshman into a personal. Timeout on the floor. 5:48 to go. It looks like the Hawks are loosening up a little bit offensively, and that 3 by Chris Murray is huge. The Hawks trail at 21-20 to the Buckeyes with just under 6 minutes to go first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
March Madness has hit Chicago, the Big Ten tournament. Our coverage brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen, our engineer-producer Corey Sheets. Iowa trails Ohio State 21-20 with 5 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the first half. Peyton Sanford on the bench with 2 personals. Chris Murray just hit a big 3. Before that, he drove in for a 2. So Christopher is starting to loosen up mechanically. The Buckeyes' 6-point lead is down to 1. Iowa ball when play resumes after the foul on Bryce Sensabaugh. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. Doesn't look, oh no, Josh Dix is in for the Hawkeyes, replacing Patrick McCaffrey. Patrick with a career-high 6 threes against Nebraska. Off to a good start here today. He gets a breather, and here comes Josh Dix bringing the ball down the floor with Connor McCaffrey, Tony Perkins, Philip Rebracha, and Chris Murray out there with him. Dix takes the dribble right sideline, now throws it away. Jump pass picked off by Sensabaugh, and he dunks it through at the other end. It's tough being a freshman.
Yeah, they're putting pressure on him. You got to take a little bit of that pressure off, help him out. He picked up his dribble and got stripped.
Had a foul on Ohio State, a blocking foul off the ball. Josh Dix will inbound left of the square. 23-20 Ohio State, 5.5 to play in the period. And it comes to Rebracha. Rebracha backs the dribble in on. Shot up and good off the glass. He just muscled in on Eugene Brown. Brown had no chance there.
Hawks are going to keep going at Phillip, too. He's got 8 points, and you mentioned it. Eugene Brown just outmanned that matchup.
Hawks back to within 1, 23-22. Suing reverses dribble around Chris Murray. Murray blocked his shot. Chris is bringing the ball down the floor. Here's Rebracha with a run out and a dunk. And the Hawkeyes have the lead back, 24-23. First time since Iowa led 13-12, and it all started with Chris Murray's defense.
Yeah, creating your offense with your defense. Chris Murray active on this defensive end here. The poke away and then a run out by Phillip.
One of the few times the Hawks have gotten that transition game going. Murray now guarding Suing again. He piles in from the baseline. Double teamed. Releases with a pass to the wing and McNeil. He's guarded by Dix. Jump shot over Dix is bouncing around, no good. Rebounded by who? Sensabaugh had it. Lost it. Rebracha peeled it away from him, and Sensabaugh gets called for a foul over the back.
Yeah, he's battling in there, and that'll be his second foul, I believe.
It is.
Bryce Sensabaugh. So good work by the Hawkeyes covering up that defensive glass.
They bring another stellar guard in, the Oklahoma State grad transfer Isaac Likely, along with 6'11" Felix Akpara. So they go big in a hurry. Likely crowding 6'4", 6'5". Now the Hawkeyes have gotten the lead back and now have the ball again. Dix drives a pass right wing for Connor McCaffrey. 4 minutes, 14 seconds to go in the first half. Hawks can take it under the 4-minute officials timeout. Here's Murray. He's aggressive. He drives into heavy traffic, though. Gets knocked down, loses the ball, and a jump ball will give it to Ohio State. That's another turnover on the Hawkeyes. Every time they drive in on these Ohio State guards, Bobby, there's a double team waiting for them.
Well, what's happening, Gary, is Chris Murray is a spinner. They know that. Once he drives, as you mentioned, he is always going to spin back. So that's when they're bringing it from the backside. He can't see it. He's spinning right into trouble.
Good scouting, good coaching, in other words. Hawkeye lead is 24-23 with 4 minutes to play in the period. And the Buckeyes are going to cut for 10 seconds again. Almost a good play by McNeil to get it across the timeline for Sewing, who was on the same side of the floor. Otherwise, that would have been a 10-second violation. Likely. And a bounce pass intended for, that's Thornton on the bounce pass, intended for Sewing, deflected out of bounds by Murray or Rebracha, but it'll be Ohio State basketball coming in with 8 to shoot when play resumes. We're winding down in the first half here at the Big Ten tournament. Iowa's opening day opponent, Ohio State, with the ball. Hawks have the lead, 24-23, 3:42 to play until intermission. U.S. Cellular's on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones, and the phone's down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. Back to the United Center in a moment. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. They're bringing you March Madness. We've got just that at the United Center here in Chicago. March Madness everywhere. Congratulations to Joey Woody. 5 of his University of Iowa track and field student athletes qualified for the NCAA championships in Albuquerque this weekend. Led by junior Mariana Beebe. She won the 60-meter hurdles. The 9th fastest time in the NCAA this year. She sprinted to a championship at the Big Ten tournament in Ohio a couple weeks back. Congratulations to Mariana. And the 5 headed to Albuquerque this weekend. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Iowa State has knocked off Baylor 78-72 at the Big 12 tournament. So the Cyclones advance on, and hopefully the Hawks do here. Trailing by or up by 1. Here's Sewing driving in deep, hits the jump shot. He took a smaller Josh Dix in deep on the mismatch. And a step-back jumper by the lefty went down through. 25-24 Ohio State. 3:24 to play first half. Murray with a catch to Perkins. Right back to Tony. Now a feed left of the lane for Connor McCaffrey. As the ball poked away again by Likely of Ohio State. The Hawks have turned it over 6 times. Ohio State has 6 steals, Bobby.
Yeah, they got quick hands. Once the Hawks put the ball on the floor, they either spin, they're coming out from the backside, or right there, as you saw, they're just trying to knock it loose.
Connor's open for 3 on the way, no good. Rebounded by Rebracha. Strong offensive rebound to a cutting Dix. He lays it up and in, went right down the middle of the lane. Ohio State had their backs turned collectively to Josh Dix, and he knew what to do.
Nice little straight line cut from the top of the key to the basket. Philip Rebraca, beautiful on-the-money pass for the assist.
Hawks back in front, 26-25. Thornton for McNeil. Josh Dix right in his jersey. He crossed him over on the dribble, got in deep, nowhere to go. Dix covers him up. Here's Okpara, a three. That one deadens off the front of the rim. 6'11", shooting a three. The freshman could feel it. They feed it inside, does Chris Murray to Rebraca. Back out top to Connor McCaffrey. And Connor throws it away. Got up in the air, nowhere to go. They dropped a double on Rebraca, and that crossed Connor up. 7 turnovers on the Hawkeyes with 2:16 to go first half. Iowa's lead is 26-25. 7 turnovers on Iowa. They're almost at their average for the season. Rebraca with a steal, but a contact foul on Phillip as he flashed it, hedged out on the double team of Thornton and got enough of the body as he poked the ball away. 2:07 to go in the half. Just the fourth team foul on the Hawkeyes. The Buckeyes have been whistled for 5. Shot clock resets to 20. Suing throws it deep into the backcourt to Thornton. Tony Perkins giving chase. Again, 20 on the shot clock, so they don't have the full 30, and Thornton knows that. He hustles back into the front court. Crossover dribble on Perkins. Pull-up jumper from the free throw line. Force that. Great defense by Tony Perkins. Tony clears. Iowa with the ball in a 1-point lead. 1:47 to go in the first half. Here's a foul. A reach in, or a grab, actually, on Justice Suing.
Good job by Chris Murray of moving without the basketball. That's why that foul was called. Suing put the arm over the shoulder, called for the hold.
Just his first. Team foul 6, though, on Ohio State. Hawks can get to the foul line on the next one. Dix had that nice cut for a layup a moment ago. Bounces it right of the lane to Rebraca. Back to Connor. He lets fly with a 3, and that's off the mark. Run down by Chris Murray. What hustle. He beat 2 Buckeyes to the loose ball. Now a 3. No good. Rebounded by McNeil of Ohio State. Now, Chris hit a big 3 a moment ago, but he's 3 for 7 and 1 of 5 from distance. Minute 20 to go. Ohio State slowing it down. Likely muscles his way in on Josh Dix. Now the double team comes. He looks for a teammate. Has Thornton. His standstill 3 is good. Boy, oh boy. Freshman from Georgia.
That's what happens, Gary, when you got to bring a double team because he was going to overpower Josh Dix. Chris Murray comes off him, leaves him open cross court.
See if the Hawks can get it tied. They're now down to 28-26. Connor McCaffrey hits a cutting Josh Dix. He retreats to the wing. 13 to shoot. Now to Perkins. Here's Murray. Covered up by Suing. Back to Tony. Shot fake. Drives right baseline. Step back jumper. Good. Tony Perkins. He's got that move, that crossover, step back jumper, and the game is tied.
He does that time, and he took the freshman to school on that one. Just a couple of hard dribbles, and then the step back, wide open 3. Tony Perkins has got 5.
Tied at 28. 25 seconds to go in the half. It's 17 on the shot clock, so Iowa will get the ball back. Here's Likely. They clear it out for him.
Foul.
Shot is up, no good, and now a blocking foul is called on Connor McCaffrey. And it looks like he's favoring that right ankle again. He injured it in practice yesterday. Walked it off. Boy, he did a good job of stopping Likely on the initial shot attempt, but then Connor fell down. I'm assuming that ankle was
got pushed. Watch his shoulder and arm go into him right there.
Knocked him right down.
Around him.
Oh boy. And Likely gets 2 free throws out of it. 46% free thrower, and he shot puts the first one in. Well, you have to hope they even out over 40 minutes because that if anything, that was a charge on Likely. 18 seconds to go first half. 29-28 Ohio State. Fran McCaffrey has really given it to John Floyd. Second free throw, no good. And Rebraca rebounds, so the Hawks limit the damage, and timeout is asked for by the Hawkeyes. Thought Frank was going to get into a stare down with Chris Beaver.
But he did look at him.
Yeah, he's just checking him out. No stare down. All right, the Hawks will have the ball and a chance to take the lead to halftime. 29-28 Ohio State in front for the moment. I want to thank our Honda dealers all season long. They've been there for the Hawkeye Radio Network and, of course, the Iowa Hawkeyes. The great Central Midwest Honda dealers, including Smart Honda in the capital city of Des Moines. Matt Hoffmeyer running the show, running the showroom. Thank you, Smart Honda, and the Central Midwest Honda dealers who support Hawkeye basketball. Patrick McCaffrey comes back in the way he can or has been shooting lately. That's a smart move. Connor will come out as they tend to his ankle. I'm sure at halftime they'll readdress that. So it's Chris Murray, Rebracha, Perkins, Dix, and Patrick McCaffrey. And Tony trots into the front court as the clock ticks down to 12 seconds for the first half, and Iowa down 1. Tony will dribble out the clock, then the offense will get into gear. Here's Murray. Had the three, passed it up, now forces up a shot at the buzzer. Chris hesitated. He came off around a screen, I believe, by Patrick McCaffrey and had the look, but for some reason couldn't pull the trigger. Hawks trail by 1 to Ohio State at halftime, 29-28. And our Budweiser Anheuser-Busch halftime show is next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
2 seconds on the clock. Shot from half court for the win. It's good! Speed, power, performance. That's what it all comes down to, folks. And that's why Extreme, powered by Mediacom, is the Internet of Champions. Experience game-winning speeds up to 1 gig, unbeatable reliability, advanced whole home Wi-Fi, and a team of local employees who will do whatever it takes to keep you ahead. Score big with Extreme. Call 844-4FASTER for details.
Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. And by Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Hawkeye basketball is on the air.
Halftime here at the Big Ten Tournament. Iowa's quarterfinal round matchup with the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State knocking off Wisconsin last night 65-57. And at least from a seed perspective, trying to pull off a second consecutive upset, leading the Hawkeyes 29-28 at the half. The Hawks with 7 turnovers in that first half, and all occurring because of Ohio State's steals. They're guard-oriented with Zed Key on the sideline after shoulder surgery, Bobby, and those quick hands are paying dividends.
Yeah, they're quick, no doubt about it. They're playing with confidence after the victory last night against Wisconsin. The Hawkeyes have not been able to get their running game going to this point. Whenever they miss, it's Ohio State slowing it up. Not a lot of fast break points scored just a basket each in this game, but rebound numbers equal. Everything's about equal, Gary. Even the score on the board, 29-28. So Hawks need a big start to the second half to try to get some semblance of control of this game.
We'll review the stats next on our halftime show, sponsored by Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Latham Seeds brings you the Charity Stripe recap each game day. Let's check it out now. How did the Hawks do from the foul line in the first half? Well, they didn't get there. Not one free throw offered up by the Hawkeyes. Ohio State 3 of 4 from the foul line, and that's the difference in the game right now. The Hawks have one more field goal. The Buckeyes have 3 more free throws. That's a Charity Stripe recap brought to you by Latham High-Tech Seeds. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at LathamSeeds.com. At the half, it's Ohio State 29, the Hawkeyes 28. The winner gets Michigan State tomorrow here at the United Center. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hey, burger lovers. This is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at IronsideAxeClub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to the United Center. Hawkeyes trail Ohio State 29-28 at halftime. The Hawks are coveted one victory away from 20 for the season. It would be 5 consecutive 20-win seasons and 9th overall under head coach Fran McCaffrey. The last time Iowa posted 5 straight 20-win seasons was 1995 through 99 under the great Tom Davis, and Fran McCaffrey is one victory away from becoming the all-time Big Ten victory leader as coach at Iowa. He and Tom Davis are tied right now. Halftime, the Hawks trail by 1. Let's check out the stats courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa shot 13 of 26, just 2 of 10 from 3. And part of the problem there is Peyton Sanford picked up his second foul midway through the first half, so he'll be rip-roaring ready to go, hopefully, in that second half. The Buckeyes were 12 of 27. They, too, were cold from the perimeter, 2 of 9 from 3. Iowa's out-rebounded Ohio State 14-13, each team with 3 offensive boards. Iowa's leading scorer, Philip Rebracha, with 10 points. He is 5 of 7 from the field. He's doing his usual heavy work inside. After that, Chris Murray has 7, 5 for Tony Perkins, 4 for Patrick McCaffrey off the bench. For Ohio State, Bryce Sensabaugh and Bruce Thornton leading the way. Thornton hit a big 3 and has 9 total points. Sensabaugh has 8, a half a dozen for Justice Suing, their big guy inside, and 5 for Sean McNeil. Sean McNeil off the bench, the West Virginia grad transfer. Ohio State has turned the ball over 8 times. The Hawks have flipped it over a total of, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong column here. Iowa has 7 turnovers. Ohio State has 7 steals. The Buckeyes have turned it over 5 times, so the Hawks need to reverse that in the second half. Points off turnovers favor Ohio State 8-5. Paint scores are even at 20 apiece, and each bench has scored 6 points. That's the first half stat recap courtesy of Hy-Vee. Iowa trails 29-28 here at the Big Ten tournament. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Y'all feeling lucky? Luke Combs here, and I have an exclusive opportunity for you to win $500,000 by joining me in the Living Lucky with Luke Combs Lottery Experience. When it rains, it pours for lucky fans and lottery players who enter to win a chance of a lifetime. Join me in Nashville for a private concert at the iconic Ryman Auditorium in 2024. One lucky winner will have the chance to walk away with $500,000 at the end of the show.
Find Luke Combs scratch tickets at any retailer today. Details at ialottery.com.
Halftime, Ohio State 29, Iowa 28. Welcome back to our coverage from the United Center in Chicago in the quarterfinal round of the Big Ten tournament. Let's go around the country, see who else has won or is leading. Earlier today here, Rutgers eliminated Michigan 62-50. The night session this evening starts at 5:30. Penn State plays Illinois. Nebraska, a winner last night. Minnesota, an upset winner over Nebraska last night, will take on the Maryland Terrapins. That's the finale of this evening, the 8 o'clock game. In the Big 12 tournament, Iowa State knocked off Baylor for a 3rd time this season, 78-72 at the Big 12 tournament. West Virginia has an early 10-9 lead on Kansas. Later, it's Oklahoma State versus Texas. TCU engages Kansas State. Now, in the SEC tournament, in overtime, Mississippi State edged Florida 69-68. Ole Miss and Tennessee are about to start. In the Big East tournament, Marquette went overtime before beating St. John's. 6th-ranked Marquette 72, St. John's 70. Connecticut has a 21-13 lead midway through the first half on Providence. And in the ACC tournament, Miami edged Wake Forest 74-72. Pitt and Duke are about to tip off. In the Pac-12, UCLA leads Colorado 23-22 mid-first half. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You use your energy. Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life?
At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thursday, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
About ready to go to the second half. Iowa trailing Ohio State 29-28. The Hawks will have the ball first. Bobby Hansen is over near the Hawkeye locker room with Iowa assistant coach Courtney Eldridge, sponsored by John Deere.
Courtney, tough first half there for the Hawkeye. Turned it over a few too many times. What's your overall assessment of it?
Yeah, Bob, I think we're doing a really good job guarding their sets, but ultimately it's going to come down to guarding our yard. Man, we got to keep the guy in front of us. We know what they're running, but when plays break down, their ability to get downhill is what's giving us problems. Again, 7 turnovers, that's way too many uncharacteristic of our team. And we got to take care of the ball better in the second half.
Okay, Coach, thank you.
Plain and simple. Usually it's Iowa turning over the opposition. Hopefully that happens in the second half. Courtney Eldridge with Bobby Hansen. Brought to you by the Iowa great John Deere dealers like KC Nielsen out in Manson. KC Nielsen and the Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. 7 turnovers for the Hawks. Points off turnovers not out of hand. Ohio State had 8. Iowa had 5. But the Hawks need to reverse that in the second half. Buckeyes will send out, it looks like, the original starting 5 of Akpara in the middle. Suing, Sensabaugh, flashy freshman who had 8 first-half points, and then Bruce Thornton, the other high school player of the year, this one out of Georgia, running the show at the point, along with Roddy Gale Jr., Chris Murray, Aaron Eulis, Connor McCaffrey, Tony Perkins, and Philip Rebrache hit the floor for the Hawkeyes. Connor will inbound at center court and will be underway. Bobby, a nice 10-0 run here to start the second half would look good.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was going to say we got to get just 8, 10-point lead here and then make Ohio State play uphill for a few minutes, and I think you get them.
Well, to your point, the Hawks have yet to get that transition game going. Here's Eulis taking a peek inside. He wanted Connor on the baseline, missed him. Here's Tony Perkins with a shot way short in the lane. Rebounded by Rebrache and swiped away from him. It'll stay with Iowa. Perkins' shot did not graze the iron, so there's 14 seconds to shoot in the possession for the Hawkeyes. And it comes to Chris Murray with the catch, drives into the basket, knocked away from him, but right to teammate Perkins. 9 to shoot, and then Tony throws it away. Threw it into heavy traffic, and here comes Ohio State with a basketball, and they slow it down. Just underway, second half, 29-28. Hawks misfire on their first possession of the period. Here's a backdoor lob, a catch by Gale. He throws it up for Akpara, who goes and gets it. Missed the shot from in front of the rim, rebounded by Rebrache. Hawks dodge a bullet there. Back quickly comes Eulis. to the trailer, Rebraca. He looks for help now to Connor McCaffrey. Here's a long three by Murray, left wing. Good. Chris Murray from in front of the Hawkeye bench. Oh, the net had a nice sound to it when it got shocked by that Murray shot.
It did, Gary, and that's what the Hawkeyes needed was Chris Murray to get him a shot in the arm there with the long three-pointer. His second of the game, 10 points, first player in double figures either side.
And Murray picks up a foul, pressuring the ball handler Thornton with the press. His first, though. 1 minute gone, second half, and the Hawks are back in front, 31-29. Akpara, who missed that short jumper a moment ago, and that led to an Iowa run out and a three. Here's Sensabaugh. Working over Connor McCaffrey. Step back jumper, in and out, no good. Boy, had a good look at it, a great move. Now Perkins falls down again, gets up. Rebraca picks up the ball, right back to Tony. He races into the front court, just lost his balance. Dangerous pass, almost picked off by Sewing. Chris Murray got his body between the defender and the ball. Rebraca with a shot fake, backs in on Akpara, and he walked with it. Another Iowa turnover. Ooh. That's 9 for the game, and that's right at Iowa's season average.
Trying to go a little bit too quick that time.
Yeah.
Phillip. Take him a couple more dribbles, a little deeper in there, and then spin.
Murray with a near steal on the inbounds at the point of that 1-2-2 press. Now, Ohio State, Wisconsin last night, time after time, possession after possession, flipped the Buckeyes over, and that 27-point lead melded in a hurry.
It certainly can, Gary, and they'll put some pressure on you in this guard-oriented lineup.
Sensabaugh, though, gets behind the 1-2-2 and pops in a jump shot from the left baseline. Back quickly come the Hawkeyes. Tie game at 31. Sensabaugh's in double figures. Connor McCaffrey takes it in deep right baseline. Reverses now out to Rebraca, to Ulis. Left of the circle. Screened by Rebraca. Right back to Phillip. Phillip muscles in up over Akpara. Shot no good, but a foul on the big 6'11 freshman. And Rebraca, who challenged him, will get 2 free throws.
First foul on Felix Akpara. And I like that offensive philosophy right there. Go right at the big freshman. See if you can get some fouls. He'll go for the head fakes. He's a shot blocker.
Hawks are about to shoot their first free throws of the day. Phillip Rebraca, all Big Ten forward, announced this week. 66% from the foul line. First one's good. Well, he has been spot on from the charity stripe here lately, Bobby, the last 5 games.
Yeah, he really has. He's gotten so much better. Improved it, put the work in the practice gym, and now he's a very reliable free throw shooter.
Second one right through. The Hawks are back in front. 33-31. And that allows them to employ that press. They got a trap on Sewing in the corner. He looks for help. Now throws it away.
Look out.
Throws it away. Nope, that's safe from going out of bounds by Ohio State, but right to Iowa. Murray jump shot up, no good. Ohio State with a run out after a rebound. Chris tried to arc it up a little too high over Akpara after what appeared to be an Ohio State turnover, but Thornton diving out of bounds saved it right to Murray, who missed the jump shot. Iowa's lead is 2. 2.5 minutes gone, second period. Here's Thornton around Ulis. Leaves it for Sensabaugh in the middle of the floor. He lost the dribble, poked away by Connor McCaffrey. 5 to shoot. You know he's going to try and get to the basket. Rebraca picks him up. He turns, forces up his shot. In and out, no good. Akpara kept it alive, and a second chance for Ohio State. And then it's thrown away by Roddy Gale. Right to Ulis. All the way, and he's hacked down on by Thornton. And Aaron Ulis, who's an outstanding free thrower, heads to the charity stripe. 7 turnovers on Ohio State, hopefully leading to Iowa points.
Yeah, a lot of action in that couple minutes right there. Not a lot of points scored, but Aaron Ulis comes up with the loose ball and the run out, the foul, first one on Bruce Thornton.
Well, Aaron Ulis at one time was a 90% free thrower, makes the first, so we know he's capable. He's at 72 this year, which is still very good. He and Connor McCaffrey, the best on the team. 34-31 Hawks. Aaron lobs the second one up, and that was too strong. And rebounded by Sewing of the Buckeyes. Good wall off there by Roddy Gale Jr. So the Ohio State turnover results in 1 free throw. The Hawks lead by 3. Here's Thornton around a screen, gets all the way to the basket, misses the runner up and in, tipped back in though by Felix Akpara, the tallest man on the floor. Wasn't going to miss that one. He tapped it back in with the left hand. Iowa's lead is 1, 34-33. Hawks just 3 of 11 from distance. Looking for more production there. Murray thought about it, drives it inside, leaves it to Perkins. He drives in, misses the jump shot, and rebounded by Okpara in the lane. Tony, the shot was way off the mark. Here's Okpara. He almost threw it away. It's off of Connor McCaffrey as he stepped in front of Sensabaugh.
Ohio State's going to take a timeout to reset the backcourt clock.
Yeah, the press is bothering Ohio State. And the Hawks they're just unable to convert on back-to-back possessions. That's been a problem all day long. Shots just aren't falling. The Hawks 14 for 31. That's 45%. Still very respectable. But boy, they're missing some right on the front doorstep. Enter non-winning Iowa Lottery Living Lucky with Luke Combs tickets and win a Nashville concert trip. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thor's Day, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
We're back in that toddling town, Chicago, in the Big Ten tournament. Hawks and Ohio State hooked up in a good one. The Hawks lead for the moment 34-33. It'll be Ohio State basketball when play resumes. Iowa's press bothering the Buckeyes, but it's Iowa turning the ball over more to the tune of 9 mistakes. Ohio State's flipped it over 7 times, but Iowa's press, Bobby Hansen, here in the second half has been effective.
Yeah, they're going to continue to put the pressure on Ohio State, no doubt about it. As we come out of the timeout, you see the Hawkeyes in the 1-2-2 setup, and we'll see what Ohio State does to attack them. But again, you heard Courtney Eldridge talk at halftime. We have to have the ability to guard your guy, guard your yard, keep him in front of you. Hawks unable to do that to this point.
See if they can get another turnover here off the press. Suing to inbound, does so to Sensabaugh, and he took a big hop with it after he caught the basketball. The official standing right there. No call. And we play on. 12 to shoot for the Buckeyes. 15:50 to play for the game. Thornton trying to move around a double team of Rebraca and Ulis to the wing and Suing. Shot fake. He gets into the lane. Has it stripped away by Perkins. And the Hawks got a 2-on-1 the other way. Perkins to Ulis. Perkins gets the ball back from Aaron. Now to Connor McCaffrey. Here's Rebraca to Chris Murray, left wing. Chris takes a look inside. Now puts the ball down on the floor. Roddy Gale flopped. I don't know what he was doing there. Shot missed by Murray, but rebounded by Ulis.
Good job by Aaron, flying in from top of the key.
Skying for the basketball. Gets it right back to Christopher. Murray, spin dribble move to the baseline shot. Up and good. And a foul called as Ohio State sent a double team late to Murray. And one of them got caught reaching in. It's either going to be Thornton. It is on Thornton. That's his second. Yeah, he was schooling Roddy Gale one-on-one, and then Thornton came from the weak side and slapped down on Murray's wrist. Got the shot to go. The strength of Chris Murray. He'll have a free throw when play resumes. Chris Murray now has hit 5 of 13 shots. He's got 12 points. He and Rebraca with a dozen each to lead the Hawkeyes. Iowa with the basket leads at 36-33 and a chance to get its largest lead of the day when we return. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield. Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
We continue from Chicago with Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance, Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Iowa 36, Ohio State 33. I was erroneous when I mentioned Iowa has a chance to get their largest lead to 4 points with this Chris Murray free throw coming up. Hawks led by 5 with 7.5 to play in the first half. Ohio State is led by as many as 6. And back and forth we've gone. 74% from the free throw line is Chris Murray, who's got 12 points. A little more than halfway to his average. Chris has the ball. Free throw takes flight and right through for Lefty. First team all Big Ten this week, and he's at the point of the press now. Thornton looks to get it in, does so now to Sean McNeil. He's back in the game. He's their super shooter off the bench. McNeil brings it across the midcourt stripe. Crossover dribble on Ulis. Now to Isaac Likely, who's back in the game. Here's Sensabaugh. Spread the floor for him. He gets around Connor McCaffrey. Step back jumper, no good. Grabbed by Philip Rabracha. Outlets for Connor McCaffrey. Sensabaugh missed everything. Connor drives top of the circle, pitches it into Murray. Shot up, no good. Oh man, he had a 6'3" guy on him, and Chris just pushed it up there. Shot putted it up there too hard. Here's a 3, good by the corner, or from the corner by McNeil.
What he's in there to do, Gary.
Yeah.
Let's go spot up, drain that three-point corner shot.
Murray misses one from right in front of the door, and they rain in a 3. 37-36. Iowa still has the lead. Rabracha, one hand dunks it in as they flip the pass over the top of the defense. Phillip, perfectly timed jump, and he went up and slammed it through.
Got to keep going to the big fella here. They're having a hard time guarding Phillip Rabracha.
Iowa back up 3 now. A blocking foul on Phillip with 14:05 to play in the game. Nice shot fake and a baseline drive by Likely after Rabracha got the one-arm stuff off a nice feed. Nice lob pass from Tony Perkins. Now Patrick and Peyton come in. McCaffrey and Sanford. There's some firepower from the wing they need badly.
Absolutely. Both those guys, the Peas, if they can get it going from the outside, break this game open.
Second foul called on Rabracha, and it comes to Likely. Nearly a 5-second violation on Ohio State. 39-36 Iowa. We played 6 minutes. Jump shot in the lane is good by Thornton. Shot fake got Philip Rabracha flying by. Thornton is some kind of talent. 6'2" freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia. Likely the smaller man is on Rabracha. He throws it up there, no good. It clangs off the back of the iron. A lot of contact. No call. We play on. Now Ohio State can get the lead back with a basket. 39-38 Iowa. Here's Sean McNeil around Peyton. Jump shot good. He's on automatic.
He is. You can't let him go to his strong hand, his right side. Peyton force him back to his left where you got help.
Perkins gets the lead right back for Iowa with a stop-and-go move in the lane, and then he's nudged from behind. And the Hawks create the 11th lead change in this game. Foul on Ohio State. Iowa now 41, the Buckeyes 40. At 13-17 to play, Perkins will shoot the and one. Tony, a very good free thrower at 77%. And he talked it over the front of the rim down through. The Iowa lead is 2, 42-40. Patrick McCaffrey will man the front of that press. McNeil wants the ball. He can't get it to him. McNeil's got the last 2 Ohio State field goals. And here he is with the ball. Behind the press. Drives it all the way in. Leaves it baseline. Jump shot up and good by Bryce Sensabaugh. Hawks have been beaten over the top a couple times today on that press. Tie game at 42. Perkins for Rebraca. One bounce dribble. Now he holds up, looks backdoor, gets it to Chris Murray left wing. Now down in deep to Peyton Sanford. Peyton lobs it for Rebraca, and it wasn't long enough, and the ball is bobbled. Now picked off by Perkins. Step back three is in and out, no good. Rebounded by Iowa, and then peeled away from Peyton Sanford by Likely. Here's Sewing running right at Chris Murray. Gets it into the front court, now backs it out. Tie game at 42. Ohio State shoots for the lead. McNeil, deep three over the top of Sanford, no good. Oh, and Sensabaugh got away with a clear shove off on Patrick McCaffrey and put it up and in. 44-42 Ohio State. 12-13 to play. Dangerous pass, almost picked off. Patrick McCaffrey hits a three from the corner. And just like that, another lead change. 45-44 Hawkeyes.
Patrick now with 7 points in the game and playing with a ton of confidence on the offensive end now. Got to buckle down and stop somebody defensively.
Iowa 4 of 13 from distance. Here's a deep three by Sensabaugh. That's short. Rebounded by Ohio State. 6'5" Likely to Thornton. Shot up and good. Oh, the Hawkeyes giving up way too many second chance opportunities to Ohio State. Here's Perkins. Stop and go move. Layup is good. And here's the old Tony Perkins rising from the ashes.
Here we're getting some good offensive basketball up and down the court now, getting a lot of action, and Tony's starting to feel it. Tony now 10 points in the game.
That teeter-totter bouncing back and forth. Iowa in front 47-46 with 11.5 to go. Crossover dribble. Thornton forces up a shot. It goes down over Peyton Sanford. Man, oh man, oh man. 13 points for Thornton. Can Ohio State keep this pace up? Timeout asked for, I believe, by Chris Holtman. Yeah, timeout Ohio State. He's trying to keep his guys as fresh as possible after that grinder last night against the Wisconsin Badgers. 48-47 Buckeyes with 11-13 to play in the game. And we'll come back in a minute to the United Center. We're brought to you by the Iowa Swarm. Now's your chance, Hawk fans, to make a difference. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa Men's Hoops in serving charities throughout eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Iowa Swarm. And getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Just ask our buddy Ed Podolak. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com and learn more. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hi, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. If you don't feel like cooking tonight, let the Machine Shed take care of dinner for you. Try the mouth-watering, aged to perfection T-bone steak or fresh grilled salmon, cooked just the way you like it. Have the salmon pan-seared in a white wine cream sauce or roasted on a cedar plank with the Machine Shed signature apple bourbon glaze. Now that's cooking. See you there for dinner tonight.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield brings you more Hawkeye basketball. Iowa and Ohio State, 16 lead changes, 4 ties. For the moment, the Buckeyes have the lead 48-47. And we have 11 minutes, 13 seconds to play in this Big Ten tournament quarterfinal round game. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Buckeyes have out-rebounded Iowa 23-21 to this point. That has been a factor. And 7 offensive boards for the Buckeyes has led to 3 more second chance points. That's the difference in the game right now, but the Hawks have a chance to get the lead back. Peyton Sanford is yet to get going. He's been in foul trouble. He's out there now. Goes inside to Murray. High post left to Perkins, top of the circle. See what Fran McCaffrey has drawn up out of the timeout. Rebracha has a smaller man on him. Now he's doubled. Throws back on point. Wide open look for Patrick McCaffrey. It's short. Tony with a rebound. Perkins with a score. Johnny on the spot. His hustle paid off, and the ball came right to him.
It did. Tony Perkins now with 12 points and another lead change. That's 17 times this game in the game, 8 times in the last 2.5 minutes.
3 in double figures for each team. Tony now with a dozen. Sensabaugh, head fake, drives around Perkins. Sanford picks him up, though. He has nowhere to go. Here's a corner 3 by Eugene Brown. That's strong, long, and over the back is Sensabaugh. He's over the back of Peyton Sanford. That was easy. 3 fouls on Sensabaugh with 10:21 to play in the game. The Hawkeyes have the lead back and now the basketball. 49-48. Rebracha has 14, Murray 13, a dozen for Perkins. Patrick McCaffrey's hit some big shots. He's got the ball. Takes it right wing. Drives deep into the lane. Looks one way, comes back the other. Now to Sanford on the left sideline. Gets it to Perkins. Tony for Patrick. Shot fake. Drives baseline. Shot up. Blocked by Sensabaugh. Gets it back. Hits the jumper. Patrick stayed with it. Sensabaugh blocked it right back into Patrick's chest, and he stuck it right back in from 8 feet away.
Patrick's off having a nice game. He's got 9 points. As you mentioned, stayed with that one. Sensabaugh lined him up, blocked it, but he fell out of bounds, and Patrick fell right in his hands for easy jumper.
51-48 Iowa. Here's McNeil. Oh, he's left open in the corner and drills a 3. My goodness, how do you lose him?
One guy you do not want to leave open in the corners.
He really hurt the Badgers last night. He's got 13 points in 20 minutes today. Tie game. Hawks look to get it back. Perkins throws up a shot and fouled. The entry pass came to Rebracha right of the lane, and Perkins peeled right down the middle of the alley, and Rebracha with a nice bounce pass hit Tony in stride. He's fouled for 2 free throws on Isaac Likely. That's 16 fouls on the Buckeyes. So the next one will have the Hawks in the bonus the rest of the day. Tony Perkins' free throw is good. Tony had that unbelievable 4-day run, 4 victories for Iowa last March to win the championship down in Indianapolis, and he's showing us the old Tony here this afternoon, especially in the second half.
You got the toughness that you need in these tournaments, these in-conference type tournaments, and everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody's plays, but you just got to be the tougher team.
Tony hits them both. Iowa back in front, 53-51. As Ohio State tries to solve the Hawkeye press, and a turnover. Well, it was. Now it is. Tony knocks it away. Sanford with a dunk. Tony Perkins punched the ball away from Likely, and Peyton Sanford with the stuff puts the Hawks up for 55-51.
Certainly paying dividends is the pressure you saw last night. Wisconsin able to turn Ohio State over. The Hawkeyes getting it done here this afternoon.
Now the Iowa crowd into it. Perhaps Ohio State getting mentally worn down a little bit. The Buckeyes, here's a corner three by Sewing. That's good. No defender in his face. And Justice Sewing, who normally doesn't shoot threes, brings the Buckeyes back to within one. It's 55-54. Sanford goes deep into the paint to Rebraca. Drop step, shot up and good. Boy, I love his aggressiveness.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe last year he might have taken that little corner shot there. This time he goes all the way to the rim. Head fake, up and under. Philip Rebraca now with 16.
8:10 to play in the game. The Hawkeyes have the lead back to 3, 57-54. Likely drives it in deep on Sanford. Backs him down. Peyton shoves back. Shot up, blocked away. Sanford comes up with it. We're going the other way. Sanford leading the charge. No look pass to Perkins. Right back to Sanford. He's stripped. Stolen by Sewing. And here come the Buckeyes. Sewing drives it in left of the lane. Holds up, now retreats to the corner. 7:45 to play. Perkins has him on the switch, takes him in. Rainbow's a shot up, no good. Peyton with a rebound. Sanford outlets to Perkins. Hawks trying to get that transition game going down. Jump shot, no good by Perkins. That was a tired-looking jump shot. Both teams are gassed, and Ohio State walks the ball down the floor with the Hawkeyes leading 57-54.
Cover McNeil.
Patrick McCaffrey at 6'10", McNeil at 6'4", and Patrick's not leaving him. 12 to shoot. Here's Likely. Leaks, and somebody got loose backdoor and a foul on Iowa. That is Eugene Brown III. Nice feed by Likely. And Peyton had his back to him as Eugene Brown sneaked backdoor and Likely hit him with a pass. That's just a tired foul. Both teams need a break. Back and forth, end to end we go. 7:13 to play in the game. The Hawks still have the lead at 57-54, and free throws coming for Eugene Brown when play resumes off the third personal charge to Peyton Sanford. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Y'all feeling lucky? Luke Combs here, and I have an exclusive opportunity for you to win $500,000 by joining me in the Living Lucky with Luke Combs Lottery Experience. When it rains, it pours for lucky fans and lottery players who enter to win a chance of a lifetime. Join me in Nashville for a private concert at the iconic Ryman Auditorium in 2024. One lucky winner will have the chance to walk away with $500,000 at the end of the show.
Find Luke Combs scratch tickets at any retailer today. Details at ialottery.com. Woohoo!
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Heading for quite a finish here at the Big Ten tournament. The Hawkeyes have a 3-point lead on Ohio State, 57-54. The Buckeyes, very good free throw shooting team, will have 2 to try when play resumes. We've got 7:13 to go in this game. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen, our engineer producer Corey Sheets. Hawks trying to hang around for another day as the 5 seed. Ohio State trying to get back to the hotel with its second consecutive upset after knocking off Wisconsin last night. The Buckeyes 23 of 49 from the field with 5 3-point goals. The Hawkeyes 4 3-point goals, 23 of 48. Hawks have gotten to the foul line, though, in the second half, Bobby. 7 of 8 now for the game after not shooting any in the first half.
Yeah, that's going to be a key here as we watch the final 7 minutes, 13 seconds in this game. If the Hawkeyes can continue to attack and not settle for three-point shots, but get it inside the big man, Philip Rebraca. They had no answer for him.
Eugene Brown, the third, 63% from the foul line. First one is on the way and right through. 2-point Iowa lead at 57-55. Ohio State had made 40 of its last 42 free throws before the Big Ten tournament. They missed a few last night, missed a few here today, and missed the second one. So Iowa's lead remains at 2. Connor McCaffrey back in the game. Leaves it for Chris Murray. Peyton Sanford drives it hard to the foul line. A bounce right of the lane to Rebraca. He tried to put a double move on the defender and lost the ball, and it's a jump ball, and it goes to Ohio State.
Another spin move in there. Here comes Ohio State on the backside to knock it loose.
That is 10 turnovers on the Hawkeyes today. Ohio State with their 9th steal off the fumble by Phillip. Now the Buckeyes with 6:50 to play can tie it with a 2, take the lead with a 3. They spread the court, 4 in, 1 out, and that 1 out is Thornton, who's had another nice game, the freshman from Georgia. DeSuing shoots 23% from 3 and hit one a moment ago. Here's a jump shot, no good. Okpara over the top of Chris Murray, gets it to a teammate. His jump shot is blocked out of bounds by either Murray or Sanford, and it'll stay with Ohio State. The long arm reach of Felix Okpara at 6'11".
Stretch Armstrong just reached over.
Well, his arms are as long as his legs. That helps. Suing gathers the inbounds feed with 12 to shoot. Thornton works the dribble in on Connor McCaffrey. Gets help from Rebraca on the double team. He stumbles to the and now a foul called on Connor McCaffrey from behind. So the shot clock resets to 20. 6:20 to play in the game. Second foul on Connor. And the team's 4th this half. Sensabaugh will come back into the game for the Buckeyes. These two teams split the regular season meetings almost by identical scores. One won by 17, the other by 16. This one has been much tighter all the way. Thornton and Roddy Gale are the guards. Sensabaugh goes to a forward. Chris Murray's got him. Here's Okpara for Gale. They hand him off to Rebraca. 5 to shoot, and he drives right around Phillip and scores.
By design.
Buckeyes have gotten Iowa in some bad matchups today.
Yeah, they're just calling for that switch and getting what they want.
There's Rebraca fouled on his way to the basket. Connor McCaffrey with a beautiful bounce pass into the paint that caught Phillip in stride. He whirled to the basket and was fouled by Felix Okpara from behind. Tie game at 57, and Rebraca will be at the line. He made 2 there from there a little bit ago. See if he can keep the hot streak going for the Hawks, who are 7 of 8. First one is good. Rebraca has been lights out of late from the free throw line. 16 points today. 6 rebounds. Make it 17 points and 6 rebounds. Second one is right through. 18 points for Philip Rebraca. He is in a zone from the foul line. The Hawkeyes back the press off now with 5:50 to play and leading by 2. Ohio State at that slower pace almost by necessity after they had a 40-minute grinder last night with the Badgers. Here's Okpara for Gale. Around Sanford, gets to the basket, and coming from the weak side and blocking the shot, Tony Perkins. Connor McCaffrey leads the charge back. Here is Perkins with a bad pass intended for Murray. The rainbow try for a dunk, and it hit the glass. So the Hawks give it right back to the Buckeyes.
What a block, though, by Tony, coming from the offside.
Phenomenal. Boy, did he get up.
Blocked that by Gale.
Hawks look for another stop. We wind down to 5:10 to play in the game. Thornton into the lane to Sensabaugh. They double him. Doesn't matter. He splits the double team and lays it up and in. Connor McCaffrey gets knocked to the floor. Philip Rebraca, he and Connor put the double team on Sensabaugh, and he's so strong at 6'7", 235. drive to the basket, tied it up at 59.
He's a fullback. It's going right through the lane.
Here's a beautiful pass for Bracha to Murray, backdoor, and Chris lays it in. They made eye contact. Chris broke to the basket, warded off the defender, and Phillip with a perfect pass.
Nice play that time by the Hawkeyes. Design, two guys isolate on the right side of the floor. A little high-low action. Phillip to Chris.
We're trading baskets here at the United Center. 61-59, 4.5 to go. Hawks haven't been phased by Ohio State's ability to keep up. Two evenly matched teams. Roddy Gale on the mismatch drives in. He scores off glass.
Wow.
Rabracha got him on the switch. And again, those quicker Ohio State guards, they'll either drive and kick or get it to the basket. And it's been successful for him this afternoon. Tie game at 61.
8 times we've been tied, 17 lead changes.
Hawks try to get the lead back. Perkins uses up his dribble. Pass inside to Rabracha. Over the back is Akpara. Jump shot by Phillip, no good. Rebounded by Ohio State. Ohio State trying to outlet. Roddy Gale leaves it for McNeil, and the Buckeyes get a stop. 61 all, 3:40 to play in regulation. Buckeyes again melt the clock, the shot clock. Down inside 10. Here's Thornton, just what he was doing last night. Dribbling back and forth. Here's a long three, good. By Roddy Gale.
Scoreless in the first half. He's got 7 in the second.
64-61 Ohio State. Timeout Iowa. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hawkeyes have been unable to shake Ohio State, shake them off. We've been back and forth all day long. 18 lead changes. Not that many ties, but close to 6 or 7 ties. And the Buckeyes with the lead at 64-61 after that 3 by Roddy Gale, who was scoreless in the first half. And to Bobby's point, before it went to break, he's hit 3 shots here in the second half. That's his first 3. 7 points, 3 rebounds. And the Buckeyes have the lead here at the Big Ten tournament with 3:17 to play. 64-61.
Second half shooting here, Gary, for the Hawkeyes, 11 of 24, 46% for the Buckeyes. They are 15 of 28, 54%, and 4 of 7 from deep, 57% shooting. So coming down the final 3 minutes, 17 seconds, you got to D up, and you cannot waste possessions.
Hawkeyes' biggest lead was 5 points early on in the game. Ohio State led by 6. Midway through the first half, we've had 18 lead changes and 8 ties in this game. And far from being decided. The Hawks have kept the lead most of the second half, but not now. So the Buckeyes will defend Patrick McCaffrey on the inbounds. Akpara is guarding Rabracha. Chris Murray, Tony Perkins, and Connor McCaffrey are in the game as well. Here's Patrick with the ball right back after he inbounded to Connor. 3:09 to go. Connor Drives a pass left wing for Perkins. They're looking inside for Rebraca. Tony drives in, scores off glass. 64-63. Rebraca snookered him into thinking he was going to screen and roll, and Perkins blew to the basket from the left side and laid it up and in. Tony having a good day. He's got 16.
Good read by Tony, too. The whole side cleared out. He just wasted no time and went hard to the basket on the left side to lay it up.
Now he's guarding Thornton. They're just melting clock. 10 to shoot. Suing. Backs down Chris Murray. Shot blocked away by Chris and out of bounds.
How about that?
8 seconds on the shot clock. 2:37 to go. Big stop here is in order for the Hawks. Finish the possession defensively. Ohio State has snuck in the back door a couple times today, more than a couple times. Late shot clock scores. Now Thornton lobs to the wing, right back to Thornton. His three airs out, and the rebound is collared by Chris Murray. He rushed that shot, so the Hawks have a chance to get the lead. Here's Perkins all the way again, fouled, as the Hawks beat him that time down the floor in the transition game. And Tony Perkins playing like we love to see him, physical and fast.
Taking over is what he's doing. Nobody picks him up inexplicably there, and then big fella at the rim, Akpara, had to foul in his third.
So the Hawks have a chance to get the lead back. Tony's a perfect 3 for 3 at the charity stripe today, and misses the first one. The old kiss of death. Well, they can tie it on this one. 64-63 Ohio State. 2:26 to go. Ulis will come back in. Oh, he missed them both. Wow. Tired free throws. Rebounded by Ohio State. Ooh, what a chance there for the Hawks to get back in front, and they still trail now by 1. Got to play through it. Akpara, right of the circle for Gale. Hit a big three a moment ago to give the Buckeyes the lead. He lost the dribble. His hand was moving. The ball wasn't there. Near steal by by the Hawks. The Buckeyes keep it. Suing with a catch. Rains up a long three and splits the net.
Total broken play.
23% shooter from 3. Well, the Buckeyes have picked a good time to rain in a couple threes. Here's a foul on Ohio State's Akpara. He all but bear hugged Philip Rebraca.
4 on him.
And 4 on the big guy. Ohio State's lead is 4, 67-63 with 1:47 to play in the game. Ohio State with 7 threes, Iowa with 4. That's guarding the perimeter. Free throw up and good for Phillip. 67-64. Iowa's deficit is 3. Rebraca, Iowa's leading scorer with 19. Perkins 16. Murray has 15. Second free throw good by Rebraca. 67-65, a 2-point Buckeye lead. Now the Hawks hope for a steal off the press. Iowa has fouls to give. Thornton, breakneck speed, races into the front court. And the Buckeyes will spread the floor, go 4 in, 1 out. 1:35 to go. Timeout, Ohio State. Chris Holtman wants to draw up a play. Two good coaches going after each other here today. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you this season by Authentic Brand. Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brand's premium sportswear serves the everyday demands of small businesses in corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in the Authentic Brand label. They got some great accessory giveaways, too. They're calling it Merch Madness at Authentic Brand. Pullovers, tees, great-looking hats, sweatshirts, hoodies, even coolers. All kinds of your favorite Hawkeye items to get you through March Madness. Authentic Brand. And when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Should the Hawkeyes win, we'll be right back here tomorrow afternoon to face the Michigan State Spartans. Same time, 12:30 pregame, 1:30 tip in what would be round 2 for Iowa, the Big Ten tournament. Quarterfinals. Semifinals are Saturday, the championship game Sunday. Iowa trying to climb the first rung in the ladder to defending its Big Ten tournament crown of last March. But work to be done with Ohio State leading 67-65. 17 on the shot clock. 1:34 on the game clock. Roddy Gale, who's been big in this second half, will inbound. Sewing, Thornton, Akpara, and the sharpshooting Sean McNeil on the floor. Hawks need to close it out another 15 seconds. Perkins right in the jersey of Thornton. Here's McNeil. Double team, loses the dribble, gets it back, turns the corner. Want to do a step back three. Rebraca covered him up. Thornton drives in and scores off glass. Hawks have been unable to stop that for the most part all afternoon long.
Hard drive. They've been allowing him to get back to his strong hand. The right-hand drive by Thornton. 17 points. You got to cut him off, make him go the other way.
Minute 14 to play. Iowa's down 4. Ulis crossover to Connor on the right wing. Connor throws it to the corner to Murray. Chris backs Sewing down. Shot up and good off the glass. Beautiful move by the All-American, all Big Ten. Double spin move from the lane to the baseline, and he's tucked it in off glass. Now Ohio State just beats the 5-second count. And a pushing foul on Aaron Ulis as the Hawks got a double team trap in the corner. It would have been. It's 5 team fouls on Iowa. And it'll be a side out for the Buckeyes with 58 seconds to play. In regulation, Iowa down 2, 69-67. Roddy Gale brings it into Thornton. Tony went for the swipe steal but missed it. Thornton now into the front court.
27 seconds difference, Gary, game clock to shot clock.
45 on the game clock and 16 on the shot clock. Here's Thornton way out near the midcourt stripe. They spread the court again. He's going to try and get something going to the basket. Here's Gale around Connor, and Connor had to foul him or Gale was going to go up and dunk it.
Spread the court.
Yep.
Dribble penetration.
Hawks have just not had the speed to keep up with the quicker Ohio State guards. They have it in Tony Perkins, but they've got a number of options. Gale, Thornton, Sensabaugh, McNeil, and now with 33.4 to play. Roddy Gale, a 77% free thrower, steps to the line for the two-shot foul, makes the first. 3-point Ohio State lead, 70-67.
Big second half by Gale.
And his 3 earlier put Ohio State in front by 3. That was a 5-0 run for the Buckeyes, and Iowa's not been able to get in front since. Second free throw for Gale is good. 4-point Ohio State lead, 71-67. 33.4 to burn. Hawks have to go in a hurry. Perkins drives it in high post right to Murray in the corner. His 3 is on the way. In and out, no good. Rattle it in. The Hawks slap it out to Perkins. His 3, no good, short. Peyton Sanford with a rebound. He's fouled. A good offensive rebounding by Iowa there. Chris Murray had a great look at it. That ball was rattling around deep in the well and hopped back out.
Halfway down it was.
21
free throws coming for Sanford.
21 seconds to play. Peyton just never got going today after those 2 early fouls on him in the first half. Free throw's good, though. He can bring the Hawks back to within 2. I said he never got going shooting-wise. 6th man of the year in the Big Ten. He's 1 for 3. He's only taken 3 shots. That was his first free throw. He can bring the Hawks to within 2, and does. 71-69 Ohio State. Hawks go for the steal here, and will have to foul short of that.
Akpara touches it. You might want to foul him.
Oh, a steal. A steal by the Hawks. Oh, and then Perkins is undercut. They're on the floor, and Ohio State comes up with the ball. Thornton drives it. Stolen from behind by Chris Murray. Now Murray gets knocked down. No call. He had his legs taken out from underneath him. 11.5. It's going to be Ohio State basketball.
Can you review this? Wow.
Tony Perkins. The Hawks were going for the steal. And it looked like Tony had his legs taken out from underneath him. Knocked down by McNeil. Ohio State got on the loose ball, couldn't keep it. Then Chris Murray came and knocked it away from behind as Thornton was going in for a layup. Thornton rolled up the backside of Murray, and the ball was, they say, kicked.
Where?
Well, they're going to review this mess. I mean, I've never seen so many bodies on the floor at one time.
Great hustle by both teams.
They claim that Chris Murray kicked the ball, which he did not, but he did take a swipe at it.
There's a ball out of bounds.
And it's going to be out of bounds off of Chris. It almost touched the foot of, I think, Roddy Gale. How do you not call a foul on Thornton after Murray had the steal? And then they call a kick. Well, all plays under review are sponsored by Athletico.
Kicked it with his hand.
Oh, my.
He's had a tough day, man.
Oof. Physical therapy. It's the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? And the sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. It will be Ohio State basketball. 11.5 to go in the game. Ohio State's lead is 2 at 71-69. And here we go. Roddy Gale to inbound. Looks. It finally gets it into Sewing. And he's fouled. 9.4 to play. Gale took a lot of time to get that ball inbounds to Sewing, but
1-1.
The old mine clock was ticking, and Ohio State completes the pass. And now Justice Sewing, a very good free throw shooter, steps to the line. He's at 83% on the year. He hasn't attempted a free throw today.
1-1. Hope for a miss.
9.4 to play. Free throws up and good. 72-69 Ohio State. Timeout Iowa. Hawkeye basketball brought to you this season by Iowa Corn and the Cyhawk Series. The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series celebrates our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa Corn. Hawks are 4 of 16 from 3 today, and that's not a good number when you live off the 3 as much as Iowa has this season. Big Ten leading 81 points a game, and Buckeyes have hit 7 of 18.
Well, you need a missed free throw right here, Gary, and then put it still on 3, and then Hawkeyes come down and maybe drain a 3, but they're 5th of the game, but probably expect Ohio State would foul at that point. Put them at the free throw line.
Iowa has 1 timeout remaining. Ohio State is out of timeouts. But all that matters now here is Sewing to miss this free throw and give Iowa a shot at a tying 3. 4 bounces, and Sewing's ready to let go, and it's right through. Buckeyes by 4, 9 seconds to play in the game. Here's Perkins quickly into the front court. Pulls up, can't get a shot off. Now Patrick McCaffrey will lob up a long 3. It's no good. Tip back, no good, and that's it. Ohio State is upset Iowa 73-69. That's the final. The Buckeyes advance. The Hawkeyes are 1 and done. As Ohio State back and forth, we went all day long. 18 lead changes, 8 ties, and in the end, the Buckeyes prevail 73-69. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. That word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Y'all feeling lucky? Luke Combs here, and I have an exclusive opportunity for you to win $500,000 by joining me in the Living Lucky with Luke Combs lottery experience. When it rains, it pours for lucky fans and lottery players who enter to win a chance of a lifetime. Join me in Nashville for a private concert at the iconic Ryman Auditorium in 2024. One lucky winner will have the chance to walk away with $500,000 at the end of the show.
Find Luke Combs scratch tickets at any retailer today. Details at ialottery.com. Woohoo!
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, take the phones down for 5 challenge. Visit uscellular.com/finds to learn more. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Hawkeyes fall to Ohio State 73-69. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. Welcome back to our postgame coverage provided by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. The Hawkeyes had a tough time finding the Buckeye guards when they turned and drove to the basket today. Pick one. Roddy Gale Jr., a freshman, was the difference in the second half. But Bruce Thornton, Bryce Sensabaugh, Sean McNeil, more of an outside shooter, but Likely, who didn't play all that much. They got some guys that can beat you off the dribble hop, Bobby.
They do, and Ohio State exploited that here today, especially the second half, Gary, with Roddy Gale Jr. had no points at halftime, 9 points in the second half, including a big three-pointer, but they just isolated him. They tried to get the mismatch they wanted. A lot of times it was Peyton Sanford to switch off onto Roddy Gale, and it took him to the basket. Between him and Bruce Thornton, the other freshman point guard, Thornton, big game for him. He averages, take a quick peek, averages 9 a game. He had 17 points, 6 assists, no turnovers, Bruce Thornton.
Yeah, some unsung heroes in that Ohio State Buckeye lineup. They've now won 4 of 5 here at the end of the season, and 2 of those here in the Big Ten tournament, upsetting Wisconsin last night and then knocking off the 5-seed Hawkeyes this afternoon, 73-69. Our heating up the nets, Lennox Hot Hawkeye, is Philip Rabracha, sponsored by the Lennox Dealers of Iowa. Philip, usual workhorse lunch lunch pail type of performer, and he was again today, making 7 of 12 shots, 7 of 12 from the field, including all 6 of his free throw attempts. A perfect 6 of 6. Rebraca snared 7 rebounds. To boot, he was Iowa's leading board man. A total of 20 points on the day. Played 36 of the 40 minutes. Filip Rebraca just doing what he's done all year.
He's outstanding, and wish we had a couple more of him with the heart of a Filip Rebraca, the 20 points and rebounds. You mentioned 7, but they just threw a stat up, Gary. I saw first time in the history of the Big Ten tournament that the lower-seeded team, or the underdog, has defeated the higher-seeded team, the favorite, in the first 4 games of the tournament.
Well, credit to Chris Holtmann and the Ohio State Buckeyes. They were highly touted coming into the season. They won something like we can add it up here, like 9 or 10 of their first 12 games. Then they had that horrific 11-game losing streak. Zed Key went on the injured list, but they just got auto-killed. Remember, they play 4 freshmen a lot. So they hit a mid-season slump, but boy, they have gotten it back together. Young Felix Akpara, the 6'11 post player, has performed admirably in Zed Key's absence, and the Buckeyes defeat the Badgers and the Hawkeyes on back-to-back evening games. And so it was Ohio State that had more gas in the tank at the end of the day as they drove to the basket and got scores from those quick guards, those talented, gifted guards of the Buckeyes. Rebraca, though, is our Hawkeye, heating up the nets, star of the game, courtesy of Lennox. Phillip with 20 points and 7 rebounds. Time for our Latham Seeds Charity Stripe Recap. The Charity Stripe Recap brought to you by Latham Seeds. The Hawks much better in the second half. They didn't get to the free throw line in the first half. Made 13 of 16 in the second half. That's a sparkling 81%. The Buckeyes at 80% didn't shoot as many, but boy, they made them when they really counted in the end. 8 of 10 were the Buckeyes, and their season lives on. The Charity Stripe Update, sponsored by Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawks' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball this season and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion. Latham Seeds supporting the cause of cancer research and cancer cure. Now our points in the paint, courtesy of Spahn & Rose. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn & Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use Spahn & Rose Visualizer and plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn & Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn & Rose, buy easier, build better. Hawks won the battle of paint scores, 40-38. Of course, Filip Rebraca had half of those. He was a difference maker inside, but the Hawks lose to Ohio State by 4, 73-69. By the way, some of our great Lennox dealers across Iowa include Air Solutions in Atlantic, affordable heating located in Cedar Rapids. In Omaha, stop and see the friends at Apollo Heating and Air Conditioning. Oskaloosa has you covered with Van Haften Plumbing and Heating. In Sioux City, Kalen's Indoor Comfort. And in the Cedar Valley, in the Waterloo-Waverly area, stop in and say hello to our Lennox dealer, Hudson Hardware Plumbing and Heating. We await Fran McCaffrey and the players. They go to the general interview room. We see some empty chairs yet, so let's pause, take a break here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, and come back with our Hawkeye postgame coverage. Continuance in a minute. Iowa loses to the Buckeyes, 73-69. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Use your energy. Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving? The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. We're awaiting Coach Fran McCaffrey, and he will have three players with him, Tony Perkins, Philip Rabracha, and Chris Murray in the general interview room, and we'll pick that up live as soon as the guys sit down, and Fran will have an opening statement on Iowa's loss to the Ohio State Buckeyes, 73-69 here at the Big Ten Tournament, and then he will allow the players to answer questions from the general media gathered here in Chicago. And then when we come back, we'll do our Hy-Vee stat recap here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. We could start that right now. Actually, the Hawkeyes for the day shoot 26 of 56 and just 4 of 17 from three-point, beyond the three-point stripe. That was a huge stat. Hawks made 13 of 16 free throws. For Ohio State, the Buckeyes were 29 of 59. 7 of 18 from 3 and 8 of 10 from the foul line. All right, Coach McCaffrey and the players have taken their seats. They're sponsored by John Deere and your Iowa John Deere dealers.
Question, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. Questions for the student athletes. We'll start with Chad on the right side there.
Coach. Hey, I'll start with Chris. Did you guys feel like you had trouble getting going today? Or how would you explain? How would you explain kind of a little bit of a slow start?
I would say, we just didn't shoot it well. I feel like we got open looks that we wanted to get. They just weren't falling, and we were getting stops too. So it was able to be a close game going to halftime. I just think. I don't know, just making shots is the biggest thing, honestly, just in the beginning. But both sides of the ball, I feel like we did pretty well.
We'll stay on the right-hand side.
This question's for Tony. You really seemed to flip the switch in the second half, playing with a lot of aggressiveness on both sides. How would you describe the change between the first half and the second half, and what was working well for you?
I didn't want to lose the game, so I try to do the best I can, bring the most energy that I can, and have my teammates bring the best energy that they could for this last 20 minutes. That was pretty much it. I just told them, let's lock in. We got 20 minutes left. We down by 1 at halftime. Let's get to it. But
go to Tom in the front row.
Chris and Tony, that wild scramble at the end, what happened there, in your opinion?
Chris, you start, then Tony.
Just two teams going for the ball. Tough game. Not sure what they call it at the end, but it just didn't go our way, I guess, and they got the ball back. So I couldn't tell you what exactly happened. There's a lot of chaos going on.
Tony?
We just tried to, deny the ball, get steals, and try to hurry get a quick basket and tie the game. We could have tied it up, tied the ball up, and got a jump ball, or tried to call timeout once we got a full grip, but we couldn't get a full grip of the ball.
Go to Adam in the back middle part of the room.
Adam Jardy with the Columbus Dispatch. For any of you guys, you've seen Ohio State sort of at their best and at their worst this season. What was it like preparing for them, knowing that kind of some of their potential, but also the fact that they've really struggled this year. What was it like preparing for them?
Chris, you take that?
They're a really talented team. We've kind of seen that all year. They've been in close games. They got a lot of talent, a lot of scoring that guys can take over at any point in the game. So they're a really good team. When they put it together, tough to beat, as you kind of saw these last couple games for them. So, like I said, they're tough to beat when they're hot and when they're playing together.
Go all the way in the far back left part of the room.
Yeah, Philip, it seemed like one of those games where you just couldn't get the momentum. You'd get up by 3 to 4 points, but you could never really stretch it out. Describe that on the floor when you just can't stretch it out and the other team just keeps coming and coming.
I mean, we know they're a team that's not going to give up, so credit to them. You know, when I felt that we made a run, they were able to make runs of their own and get stops. Yeah, you know, they're not going to quit, so that's what they showed.
Go back to Chad on the far right side.
Philip again, please. What was this week like in preparation? Did you feel like you guys had a good mojo coming in here like you did last year? And then just as a follow-up, you get more rest this year as a plus, I suppose. But how do you look forward now to the NCAA tournament?
I mean, yeah, I felt like we did well preparing. I feel like we executed, during practice what the coaches wanted. I feel like maybe we didn't do everything in the game that they wanted tonight. And then, yeah, I guess it's a plus that we're going to get more rest this year, but we never want that. We want to be playing for, a championship on Sunday. And, yeah, it just didn't go our way.
We have time for a few more for the student athletes. If you have a question, please raise your hand. All right, we'll go one more for Chad, and then we'll be finished.
Tony, how about you? Just what are you looking for going forward? Obviously, you had the first round loss in the NCAAs last year with the Big Ten title. Is it, I guess, time to reverse the script in a way?
Yeah, that's the plan. We lost today, but we know the next game we get a chance to play, we most definitely gonna turn it up a notch and make sure we win, make sure we make up for today.
All right, thank you guys. You can head back to the locker room. We'll continue with questions for Coach McCaffrey. If you have a question for Coach, please raise your hand. We'll get the mic to you. Questions? Front row, right.
Coach, shot a good percentage in the first half, but turnovers kind of prevented the team from gathering any momentum. What were you seeing from your vantage point of offensive execution in the half court?
Yeah, I thought we played really hard. I thought we executed fairly well. We got good shot opportunities. We got to the free throw line in the second half. I think in a game like this, 11 turnovers is too many. And we had a lot of guys fumbling the ball and needed to come up with that one at the end.
We'll go to Pat on the left-hand side.
Fran, the pace of the game, especially in the first half, was that a big factor? And do you think that a lot of it was the turnovers? And because it seemed like they kind of slowed you down more than you guys like to play.
We were trying to push it. They run sets. They're not going to go unless there's an opportunity. That's just how they play. We shot 50% from two. We didn't make many threes and make many threes in the game. I thought we took good ones, Pat. I wasn't like saying, hey, that was a bad shot. I want the guys to shoot threes, and they just didn't go.
Back over here on the right side.
Yeah, Fran, I know the loss is still fresh, but what was the message to your guys in the locker room, and how do you kind of prepare them mentally to reset, knowing that next up's the NCAA?
Yeah, the interesting thing there is you already feel bad enough, so I'm not going to go in there and go around a room and talk about what you didn't do, what you didn't do, what you didn't do. I did say I thought we should have jumped on the ball at the end and called timeout. The arrow was our way. That's what Tony alluded to. I think we thought we had it, and then we fumbled it again. So, give them credit. They fought. But I was really positive. I sort of reflect more on the body of work than what happened in the last 40 minutes. Like I said, I thought we fought hard. We got to the free throw line. We got some stops. We didn't get enough probably consecutively. And when that happens, you can blame everybody if you want to, but I have too much respect for Chris and the players that they have, and I think you have to give them credit. They came back and kept scoring, and they didn't panic. I didn't think we panicked. came right down to the end.
We'll go to Adam in the back middle part of the room.
Fran, when you're preparing for Ohio State, Roddy Gale hadn't done a whole lot for them offensively recently. I think he had all 9 points in the last 6 minutes. Where does he fit on a scouting report? And what
he's prominent. I mean, he started yesterday, so I mean, he was a starter, so he's at the top of the list. He's a really good player. He's not a guy that hunts threes, but he obviously made a huge one today. But he's really good off the bounce, and he proved that.
Right side, Chad.
Hi, Fran. I don't even know how to describe it, but kind of an unfortunate first half for Peyton Sanford. I guess when you get 2 touch fouls like that, you only play 4 minutes. Is there any consideration of maybe bringing him back early, or just maybe walk through like how little of a factor he ended up being? Not by his own doing.
I really felt like he was really frustrated. I think you saw that. I think everybody saw that. And that was unfortunate for him. I think you always think about it, but I felt like, Patrick was playing well, and we had a pretty decent defensive effort going on, and we kind of had our defensive guys out there a little bit more. And I wanted them to be able to play loose and try to get going in the second half. And it just didn't happen. Maybe it's how they were guarding him, but it just didn't happen for him.
Left side, Mike.
How do things change now? New opponent next week, at least a week, maybe 8 days between games.
Well, at this time of year, Mike, as you well know, there's a couple guys have a little nagging here and there, injury, a little banged up. So you get, your heavy minutes guys some rest, and then we'll go back to work on our stuff, and then find out who we're playing.
Take a few more all the way in the back of the room in the middle.
Hey, Coach, similar to what he was saying, how long does this type of thing sit with you? You talked about not jumping on them right away after the game, but when do you say something like that?
Well, we're just going to move on to the next game. I mean, that's the plan. Wait to see who we're going to play, and get ready for that. We'll take a very business-like approach.
Any other questions for Coach? We can take one more. All right. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate it. Coach Fran McCaffrey, along with players Chris Murray, Philip Rebracha, and Tony Perkins, meeting the throng of media that annually cover the Big Ten basketball tournament. You heard many of our Hawkeye beat writers talk about that wild traffic jam. It looked like the Kennedy Expressway about this hour in the final minute, where bodies all over the floor, and Iowa got called for a kick when it was not a kick, but touched last by Chris Murray, and the Buckeyes were able to take it home from there in the final 9-10 seconds and win the game 79-63 over Iowa. So the Hawks head back home with 19 wins, 13 defeats, and we'll wait for Selection Sunday this weekend to find out what seed they are, who they're playing, and where they're playing at. So back to our Hy-Vee stat recap here. We had given you the team shooting percentages. We will keep our eye on the press conference, and as soon as Chris Holtman and his Buckeyes come into the room, we'll switch back over and eavesdrop a little bit on that. For Iowa individually, leading scorer on the day, of course, our hot Hawkeye, courtesy of the Lennox dealers, Philip Rebracha, 20.7 rebounds, made all 6 of his free throws. Hawks had a couple others in double figures. Chris Murray with 17 points. Chris just 2 of 8 from distance, had 6 rebounds. Tony Perkins with 16 points on 6 of 12 shooting. Tony likewise plucked 6 rebounds for Iowa. Hawks were, in the end, out-rebounded Ohio State 31-29. Iowa made 13 of 16 from the foul line to Ohio State's 8 of 10, so 5 more free throws, but Ohio State had 4 more threes and 3 more total field goals than did Iowa. For Ohio State, leading scorer was Bruce Thornton, the fullback built guard, point guard. He had a terrific day, 8 of 13, many of those layups, 17.6 assists for Bruce Thornton. Bobby mentioned Roddy Gale Jr., the other freshman, had a big second half, 9 points, made 3 of 5 shots, and it was his 3 that broke a 61 all tie late in the game. And Iowa never could get the lead back after that. 9 for Gale, 16 points for Bryce Sensabaugh, another freshman, the 6'7" guard forward. He had 8 of 14 shots, grabbed 4 rebounds. Justice Suing, the veteran, the transfer from Cal, had 14 points and 5 rebounds. 13 points for Sean McNeil. 13 points for McNeil, the grad transfer from West Virginia. He had 3 of Ohio State's 7 3-point goals today, and all of them seemed critical when they went through. For the Hawkeyes, an uncharacteristic 11 turnovers. They got that under control in the second half. They had 8 or 9 in that first half. Ohio State, for the day, turned it over only 8 times. Usually it's Iowa flipping over the opponent more than what they turn it over, but not today. So you credit the Buckeyes and you move on to better days. For the game, Ohio State shoots 49%, Iowa 46%. The Buckeyes hit 7 of 18 from 3. The Hawkeyes just 4 of 17 from 3. Quite the game. 18 lead changes, 8 ties. Ohio State led by 6 at one point. Iowa led by 5 in the first half. And Ohio State holds on for the victory, 73-69. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap, courtesy of our friends at Hy-Vee. We'll come back with more U.S. Cellular postgame right after this from Chicago. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. We're at the top of the hour. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. And we're back to the United Center in a minute. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Hi, Gary Dolphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Turn it up. It's time to go next generation with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Get your gig on in every room, place, and space with Wi-Fi 360 Pro. And go full-on digital home with smart internet tech that lets you control and automate your home, lights, locks, cameras, and more from virtually anywhere. It's time to turn it up to the extreme. Call 844-4FASTER today to learn more about Extreme smart internet packages.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to our postgame coverage courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Let's go right back inside the locker room, or the media room, where Ohio State coach Chris Holtman is talking.
Looked that way, especially late. Guys made big plays across the board. All 3 of these guys made big plays. 4 of these guys made big plays throughout the game. So great effort over a really good Iowa team. I think this Iowa team, obviously, we were down, 30 at their place, fellas? 30? So our guys had really good response, and credit to our guys. Good luck to Iowa in the NCAA tournament. I'm excited to follow them. I think they've got a really good team.
Start with questions for the student athletes. We'll start with Steve on the left.
Yep. Steve Hellwagon, Bucknuts at 24/7. For Roddy, Bruce throws you the pass there to the right wing with about 3.5 minutes to go, and you never hesitated. You took
Roddy
that shot.
Gale, Justice Suing is in there, Bruce Thornton, and Bryce Sensabaugh, I believe, is the fourth
What's going
Buckeye.
through your mind there to take and make a clutch shot in that moment with the game kind of on the line?
In that moment, I just felt comfortable, especially like with Coach. I believe he has the utmost confidence in me and respect. So, with Bruce, like we practice these things. Like these are just, another moment for us. Like we practice this stuff, late moment games, time and score. Like it just felt comfortable. It just felt like another shot, just another game, honestly.
Adam in the front row.
Adam Jardy with the Columbus Dispatch. Roddy, that stretch, though, you had, I think, 7 and 9 points. You scored all 9 of your points in the last 6 minutes. And then we've talked a lot about your defense and your offense kind of coming along. But what does it take in a game like that with a season on the line to make a couple of shots and to spark things?
I really have no explanation for it. You just got to do what you got to do, get the job done. I know that Coach wants me to be, have my presence felt on the offensive and defensive side. So, just stay aggressive and really defend my man and to do as much as the team needs me to do in order to win.
We'll go to the second row in the middle. Pat.
For any of you guys, Iowa came in shooting very well from 3, did not shoot as well today. What was it that you guys were able to do to limit them, and what had been a strength of theirs, especially in that second meeting at their place?
Sean, you take that.
Yeah, I was a really good shooting team, like you said. Credit to them, they got a lot of good shooters. So it was probably 2 things. One, we did a really good job contesting, making them hit tough shots, or at least forcing tough ones. I think, they just missed a couple shots. Just wasn't their day. Lucky for us.
Middle of the front row, Griffin.
Maybe for the veteran guys, just in terms of, was that something from Roddy that you guys have seen all year in practice and stuff? I mean, obviously he's been a great defender all year, but hasn't done it as a scorer like that as he did it late in the game. Is that something that you guys have seen all year that he maybe hasn't been able to show off as much?
Justice, then Sean.
Yeah, Roddy's more than capable. Fortunately, our team, we have a lot of talented guys, a lot of guys that can make plays, and Roddy was the one that stepped up for this game, on the biggest stage to do that, and all of us have confidence in every guy that steps on the court, so it's just built on just hard work and belief and trust throughout this entire year.
Sean.
Yeah, man, Roddy's a gamer. Been showing it in practice. We all have belief in him. It's just a matter of time before, a night like this was bound to happen. Credit to Roddy. He was a big part of why we won the night.
Sean McNeil hit some big threes today. You heard him and Justice Suing raving about young freshman Roddy Gale, who hit that big 3. The game was tied at 61-all with 3:23 to play. Gale hit the 3, and the Buckeyes were never headed. They win at 73-69. Our post-game coverage with coaches and players, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including our friends at Bodensteiner Implement in Dyersville. Coach McCaffrey and the players, sponsored by John Deere, Bodensteiner Implement. Bodensteiner Implement, your trusted John Deere dealer with 10 locations in Northeast Iowa to serve you. Thank you, United Healthcare, for teaming up with the Hawks this season in support and celebration of small businesses in the state of Iowa. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. We'll come back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. We'll replay some of the highlights of today's game right after this. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
I
do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
Hawkeye basketball from the United Center in Chicago. Iowa loses here in the second round of the tournament this afternoon to Ohio State 73-69. Welcome back to our U.S. Cellular post-game coverage. Let's relive some of the moments today. The game got off to a good start for the Hawkeyes, courtesy of Tony Perkins. Connor McCaffrey was open, passed it up. A three, that is. Gets it into Rebraca. Back to Connor. Now a shot fake. Lost the ball, but right to teammate Tony Perkins. His sidestep three is good. TP has arrived. Yeah, Hawks went up 3 early, 3 minutes into the game. The Buckeyes scored to draw to within 1, and then Patrick McCaffrey hopped off the bench and got a nice layup courtesy of Philip Rebraca. And here's Murray, drives in deep, gives it to a trailing Patrick McCaffrey, and he skies to the basket and lays it in off the glass. Nice assist for Philip. Iowa led it 7-4. A moment later, the Hawks had their biggest lead of the first half at 9-4. Rebraca comes in. Reverse layup is good. Went underneath the iron and used that as protection as Akpara wanted to block that one, and the Hawks are up 5. Buckeyes, though, got a couple quick scores to draw to within 1 before Rebraca got a jump hook to go. And 7 minutes into the game, Iowa led by 3. Later in the first half, Chris Murray off to a slow start, got hot. Connor McCaffrey working in on Roddy Gale, baseline left. Bounces into the lane to Murray. He loses the dribble, knocked away from him, gets it back. Pull up, jump shot is good. A 3, no less. The Hawkeyes had fallen behind. Ohio State took advantage of cold shooting and had a 4-point lead at 21-17. That Murray 3 chopped the lead to 1, 21-20, with 6 minutes to go in the first half. The Buckeyes had a 1-point lead a moment later when Chris Murray got a block that led to this. Suing reverses dribble around Chris Murray. Murray blocked his shot. Chris is bringing the ball down the floor. Here's Rebraca with a run out and a dunk. And the Hawkeyes have the lead back. 24-23. The Iowa lead was just under 5 minutes to play in the first half. Ohio State, though, would take a 1-point lead to the locker room at 29-28. And as you heard Fran McCaffrey say, they had opportunities. They had open looks. They had jump shots waiting for them, but they just weren't falling here in this neutral setting that is the United Center. We went to the second half with Iowa down 29-28, and that changed in a hurry. Back quickly comes Ulis to the trailer Rebraca. He looks for help now to Connor McCaffrey. Here's a long 3 by Murray, left wing. Good. Chris Murray from in front of the Hawkeye bench. The Hawks went up 31-29 to start the second half. Iowa led by 1 a couple minutes later, and Rebraca continued to work, do the heavy lifting inside. This is an assist from Tony Perkins. Rebraca, one hand dunks it in as they flip the pass over the top of the defense. Phillip, perfectly timed jump, and he went up and slammed it through. Iowa led 39-36 at the 14-minute mark of the second half. Ohio State regained the lead. Remember, we had 18 lead changes and 8 ties in this seesaw teeter-totter back and forth. Iowa regained the lead at 45-44 at the 12-minute mark. Dangerous pass, almost picked off. Patrick McCaffrey hits a 3 from the corner. And just like that, another lead change. 45-44 Hawkeyes. We scoot further on into that second half. We get inside 10 minutes to go, and it's back and forth. Iowa led 53-51 after two Tony Perkins free throws. You heard Coach McCaffrey say Iowa, who didn't shoot a free throw in the first half, got there 16 times in the second half, made 13, and then went up 2 on a pair of free throws from Tony Perkins. After a stop, the Hawks went up 4. Tony knocks it away. Sanford with a dunk. Tony Perkins punched the ball away from Likely, and Peyton Sanford with the stuff puts the Hawks up 4, 55-51. A nice poke away and a steal by Tony that led to the Sanford run out and dunk. But unfortunately, the Hawkeyes turned the ball over more than did Ohio State. 11 turnovers for the Hawks today. And let's see, 10 steals. 10 of the 11 turnovers were steals by the very gifted and young Ohio State guard court. So the Hawks led it by 4 with 9 minutes to go. Just couldn't make enough shots or get enough stops in succession, as you heard Coach McCaffrey refer to. And in the end, the Buckeyes, with that game tied at 61 with 3.5 to go, got a long three from Roddy Gale, the freshman guard, and he sparked the Buckeyes. They were able to keep the lead. The Hawks missed a couple free throws down the stretch, and Ohio State prevails 73-69. Some of the highlights from today's Iowa loss here at the Big Ten Tournament. We'll come back with a scoreboard next on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Y'all feeling lucky? Luke Combs here, and I have an exclusive opportunity for you to win $500,000 by joining me in the Living Lucky with Luke Combs Lottery Experience. When it rains, it pours for lucky fans and lottery players who enter to win a chance of a lifetime. Join me in Nashville for a private concert at the iconic Ryman Auditorium in 2024. One lucky winner will have the chance to walk away with $500,000 at the end of the show.
Find Luke Combs scratch tickets at any retailer today. Details at ialottery.com. Woohoo!
The Iowa baseball season is underway. Coach Heller and the Hawkeyes are off to a strong start, and the season's just getting started. Whether it's a midweek game or a weekend series, there's nothing better than a day at the ballpark with the Hawkeyes. Find the full schedule and explore ticket options at HawkeyeSports.com.
73-69, Ohio State holds off the Hawkeyes here, and the Hawks are done until Selection Sunday when they find out what seed they are, where they'll play, and who will be in front of them next week somewhere in this across America as March Madness hits a fever pitch. Of course, the Hawkeye women, are they a 1 seed? We're kind of prejudiced. We think so. Are they a 2 seed? Certainly won't be any worse than a 2 seed, and it's a foregone conclusion in my view that the Hawks will host that first weekend. Regional next weekend. So still lots of exciting basketball to come. Today, a sour ending, 73-69. Ohio State beats the Hawks. Elsewhere on the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Michigan heads home after a 62-50 loss at the hands of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. 5:30 game here in about an hour sees Penn State taking on Illinois, followed by Minnesota and Maryland. In the Big 12 today, Iowa State pulled the trifecta, beating ranked Baylor for a third time this year, 78-72 Cyclones. It was Kansas rallying to beat West Virginia 78-61. Tonight, Oklahoma State faces Texas, and TCU takes on Kansas State. In the SEC, Mississippi State with a mild upset of Florida, 69-68 in overtime. Tennessee has a 12-point lead on Ole Miss with 7.5 minutes to go. Elsewhere, we've got in the ACC tournament, Miami edges Wake Forest 74-72. And it was Duke handily over Pitt, 96-69. In the Big East, St. John's gave it a heck of a try, almost upset Marquette, but lost 72-70 in overtime. Marquette beat St. John's by 2, and Connecticut outlasted Providence 73-66. And in the Pac-12 one final to report, UCLA over Colorado 80-69. Hawkeye baseball coming into the weekend is 10-1. The Hawks take on, they're at Texas Tech tomorrow. That's a 23rd ranked Iowa at Texas Tech. In fact, they're playing 3 games against the Red Raiders this weekend down in Texas. Hawkeye women's basketball will be back on the air next week, courtesy of Learfield and Rob Brooks and Jamie Cavey Lang. And, of course, the wrestlers head to the NCAA championships in Tulsa with Spencer Lee looking for another national championship. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. We'll come back and wrap up our U.S. Cellular postgame coverage in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Once again, the final score, Ohio State 73, Iowa 69 here at the Big Ten Tournament in Chicago. Route 66 starts in downtown Chi-Town. We'll jump on that and head back this weekend to Iowa and wait for Selection Sunday on Sunday evening, and we'll find out where the Hawkeyes are headed next week, what NCAA regional site, and who the opponent will be, and we'll also know where the Hawkeye women will be hosting next weekend. Sorry we didn't have better news for you. Not the Hawkeyes' day, as Ohio State, with that talented crop of freshmen, rallied to beat the Hawkeyes 73-69. Thanks to Bobby Hansen, as always, our engineer-producer Corey Sheets. I'm Gary Dolphin. This has been Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.